June is kind of like his guide on the path that he's on, and people who are familiar with the series.
Yo, all right, so here we go. So this is the Gamescom opening night live stream. Even though it's more like an opening afternoon kind of vibe. I'm gonna just let this rock. Y'all can watch it along. I'll be jumping in and out until the real thing starts. So we're gonna just let this run. I might jump on and play some Madden for a little bit, but I'm gonna be in and out. Hold on so y'all can see me. I'm gonna be in and out, jumping in and out, switching between B-roll and my reactions, or y'all just hear my voice in the background. So yeah, just tune in. They're talking about Tekken 8 right now. They got Harada talking about the game. We're gonna see it, some Alan Wake 2, some Black Myth Wukong. So this is gonna be lit. And the post show is gonna be at 4. So I gotta work it for. So I'm gonna let the post show play after, and I might do. And so I'm gonna be jumping in and out there too, cause I'm gonna be in the room working and shit. So yeah. So here we go. Let it play.
Him going around and destroying in the trailer. And if you recall Tekken 7, he has these extraordinary powers from the Devil Gene grants him. So he can shoot lasers. He even shot down a satellite, in the previous game. So this is the kind of destructive power we're talking about. And it's kind of unhampered now that he doesn't have Heihachi stuff.
Okay, at the 25-second mark, we get gameplay footage of Lars, Paul Phoenix, Martial Law, Jack 8, and King. Everyone's sporting a new look, especially Paul, who has moved away from his signature hairdo, and Martial Law is using nunchucks in some of his attacks. Could you tell us about their redesigns and new models that have been built for Tekken 8?
So the characters that you mentioned, obviously, all of them returning from past installments. But that said, they've been completely built from the ground up. The whole models,
I don't know about that POD.
The rigging, the skinning, their costume design, everything about them was made from scratch for this time. We really wanted to give Tekken 8 the feeling of a brand new title and to provide the excitement for everyone, right? So, but we did have a lot of trouble in doing so. I mean, there's the financial cost of remaking all the models for the whole game, right? But more so, if you
I can't wait for Tekken 8. I missed the beta. I'm so mad about that. You have to be
careful that you don't change it so much that people don't recognize it.
I was so mad I missed the beta. I had time to sign up for it, but by the time I went to go sign up for it, they said it was closed. I guess they had too many people sign up for it. Now I gotta wait till next year to play it, or unless they put out another beta. I hope they put out another beta. I won't miss it this time.
Something that actually, he had straightened long hair in Tekken 4, which is pretty popular with some of the Tekken fans. So that made an appearance. We actually have kind of an internal rule that every 4, Tekken 4 and then Tekken 8, Paul has his hair down. So maybe next time Tekken 12, perhaps, we'll have a hair down version of Paul. That said, we know that there are a lot of people who love the skyscraper hairstyle of the original Paul costume. So you can actually equip that in the customizations.
Jumping ahead to 33 seconds, we see some stage destruction after King hits Jack 8 into a wall. Can you tell us about the improvements that have been made to the stages and stage destruction in Tekken 8, including any visual updates?
So regarding the stages, a lot of attention to detail was put into it from various aspects. For example, there's the functionality of the stage itself. Tekken is a 3D fighter, so this is really important that the camera, goes 360 degrees, not just for cinematics, but while you're actually playing the game in various situations, right? And so you have balconies or walls or various objects that you can destroy within the stage, which opens it up. It changes the size and shape, but what this means is it changes the strategy of the game, right? So depending on which character you're using, it could be that they're well suited to one particular stage or maybe not. So this kind of strategic element is important to the game. And so the first thing we focus on was making these stages fun for the gameplay and how it affects the strategy, right? But also, not just that, even if it's not important to the functionality, just the graphics of one area breaking and opening up, and you can see a panorama from a wider view, or just the various effects of dust and smoke and other elements of the stage that are destroyed, and you can see them move in real time because of the physics. Also, the stages themselves, you might have different variations where it's nighttime or it's during the day, and that kind of lighting completely changes the look and feel of the stage. So all of this really comes together to make the stages really immersive experience. Both from the gameplay elements that I mentioned, but also from a spectator or just as a player enjoying it. So those are some of the things that went into the stage when we developed. So this really is unique, though. The stage is about Tekken because there's no other really current title that has this free roaming, not free roaming, but the camera can go in 3D, 360 degrees, right, at any time, depending on the player's inputs. You don't see that in any other games. And what this means is it's so much more intensive and even costly to make these kind of stages, because you have to pay attention to every detail on the stage because you never know where the camera is going to be, right? So everything has to be perfect, all of the cinematics and everything. So, I kind of joked to myself that if I knew it was going to turn into this maybe 30 years ago, I shouldn't have done 3D stages because everyone else is doing 2D and they don't have to worry about the stuff the camera can't see. So I'm kind of jealous in some regards.
So here at 34 seconds, we see Lars is rooting for Jin. Can you tell us about Lars' place in Tekken 8's story? We also see him fighting Jack 8 and showing off the new Heat system.
My
Tekken
guy
8's
Lars
core concept is
Alexanderson. That's my favorite
aggressive.
character.
Could you
If
talk
you
about
know,
what
you know.
influenced that concept and what that
Lars is
means
my
for
favorite
Tekken 8's
character.
gameplay? How the Heat system plays into that?
So first there's, like you said, Lars appears in the trailer rooting for Jin. You can kind of see their relationship throughout the series, but this time you can do it Jin Kazama, he's saying. So I think it kind of gives people watching the trailer a good idea of the kind of dynamic there with those two, that he's supporting Jin in his journey this time, right? And then regarding the Heat system, it's like you said, you see it in the trailer as he's fighting against Jack 8. But this is really designed to change the game in a positive way from past installments. That it's the same with real martial arts, but with fighting games as well. If you have two people who have a really similar skill level, sometimes neither can go on attack or open themselves up. It leaves you vulnerable, perhaps. So you'll just see people staring each other down, I guess you could say, right? We wanted to break that up. So the Heat system really kind of rewards players for going on offense and to maybe, poke holes in their opponent's defense, because it's more fun for the people playing, but also for people watching the game, it's more of an enjoyable spectator experience. So this was designed to kind of really reflect the core concept of Tekken 8 of being an aggressive game, and to kind of change up the gameplay in that manner. So this is the first time we're showing it off, and we hope to talk about it more in the future. So we hope everyone's looking forward to hearing more details.
Okay, jumping ahead to 41 seconds, Jin and Kazuya are destined to fight each other, and their conflict mirrors Heihachi and Kazuya's. What makes this fight, Jin versus Kazuya, different from that one, and where is Jin coming into in Tekken 8's story?
So in previous, I believe Tekken 7 is what you're referencing, the battle between Kazuya and Heihachi. The dynamics were, you have Heihachi is
thank you guys for tuning in. You can jump in the chat if you want. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in or the way out.
Who has the
this is the Gamescom opening night
a devil pretty
stream.
Much.
Even though they're doing it in the morning, in the afternoon.
The battle between them was kind of a different
We here though.
In
this is
Kazuya,
not the official show yet. You see the timer up there, 2 hours 47 minutes. I'm just letting it rock. Adding my commentary now and then, so YouTube.
So that dynamic is slightly different because now you have
my stream
Jin
down,
Kazama, who actually also possesses this devil gene and gives him similar powers to Kazuya. But it's quite different in the matter that Kazuya, from a martial artist perspective, fighter, and being able to control the devil gene and go freely back and forth between human and devil powers. He's much more of a developed and polished entity or person, I guess you could say, where Jin he's younger, and he's still, he has his things that he's trying to battle with and within himself and to figure out. And so he's not mastered himself or the devil gene and its powers. So the way that plays out is quite different than the battle between Heihachi and Kazuya. But not just that, you have the added dynamic of Jin's mother, Jun Kazama, Kazuya's wife as well, who kind of will come on the scene, and how she affects that face-off between the two, father and son, this time is going to be something quite different than what we've seen before with Heihachi and Kazuya, right?
Okay, skipping ahead to the 1 minute mark, we see Jun Kazama again. She returns and promises to help Jin cleanse this world of its evil and corruption. We also see a bird land on her hand. Could you talk about what the bird symbolizes and the importance of Jun's return to the series after so much time away?
So just to dive into the background of Jun Kazama a little bit, part of her character setting is that she's involved in wildlife conservation, and that's also kind of why she raised Jin in Yakushima, which has a lot of nature in that environment. So there is that regarding the bird, coming to her, but it's also more of a kind of Japanese or Asian concept that when you have these martial artists who've attained a lot of power, it's said that that kind of fighting spirit emanates from them, right? But on the other hand, someone who's equally a master can kind of feel that power, and it works in minus ways some ways. So it's said that people who've gone even further to the next level are able to kind of get rid of that fighting spirit or not emanate it, so that their opponent can't feel it, right? So that is said that with a very skilled martial artist in the past, that animals would fly to them because they don't feel that that fighting spirit or that danger, I guess you could say, right? So it's a sign that not only is she, in tune with nature, but that also she is such a skilled martial artist that she is able to kind of not emanate that fighting energy, right? So that's a background setting to it. But also, one important thing of Jun is that she's got this power to cleanse things, or kind of neutralize the devil gene, etc. So how this plays, affects the outcome and what transpires between these two fighters, right, is going to be one of the focal points of the story for people to look forward to.
And finally, at the end of the trailer, we see the chain and the 8 symbol again. We finally see Tekken 8's tagline, "Fist meets fate." Can you talk about the symbolism behind the chain and the tagline and how they relate to Tekken 8's story?
So the chains are really an important element, especially tied to Jin, also Kazuya, the Mishima family in general, with the devil Jin and their history. So it kind of symbolizes they have this particular destiny or things that they're tied to, whether they like it or not in many instances. And the chains are kind of what binds them to that, and that's like a reflection of that. So that's a key element of the story that appears visually. But then also the fist meets fate just symbolizes that although they have this destiny and it seems like it's kind of decided and they have no choice in it at times, they use the power, which is symbolized by their fist, right, to try to veer away from their destiny, to try to change it per se through their sheer power in their fists. So that's where the fist meets fate comes from.
All right, well, that's all the time we have today. Thanks once again to Harada-san and Michael Murray for joining us. Thanks to you all for watching. For lots more coverage, check out our full analysis of the new Tekken trailer over on the site. And for everything you need to know about the rest of the video game world, stick with us right here at IGN.
This is gonna be my new favorite character, Azuneka. This is gonna be my new favorite character right here. Look at the side steps. Azucena. Azuneka. Azucena. Look at the weave. It's like Steve. It's like Steve. When you press 3, like I think when you press 3, you can dodge. You can dodge. Because he was a boxer, so 1 and 2 was left and right hand, and then 3 and 4 he don't kick because he a boxer. He not a kickboxer. It was his 2 and 4 was dodge. He was, you know what I'm saying? Hold that. This is definitely gonna be my new favorite character. Facts. Hey.
El café es la bebida número 1 en el mundo.
She's French. Yeah. I love Tekken because the characters speak the language of their native land. They speak the native tongue. Like I love Tekken for that. Like that's something that's so, to me, underrated, that a lot of games don't take the time to do, because they have a bunch of characters. They have 30, 40, 50 characters, you know, and sometimes it's hard to, you know, get all of those voice actors in and make sure the lingo is right and make sure you're hiring the correct dialect people. But they go beyond Bandai Namco. They go above and beyond to do this shit, and I really appreciate that. Like, you bringing in different cultures from around the world. You have a King of Iron Fist tournament where everybody in the world can come for it. You're gonna get different cultures and different languages coming in, and everybody should just be able to speak their own shit. If you understand, you understand. If you don't, you don't. That's why subtitles exist. You know?
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger. Come and get some. I dare you. Martial Law. Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger. Asuka Kazama.
Okay, I was touching on my screen.
Growing up as a child of 90s and early 2000s arcades, I've been a casual enjoyer of the Tekken series pretty much all throughout its lifespan, with its cabinets being a regular spot where I would dump a few quarters, mash some buttons, and walk away with a smile on my face. I've put some time into just about all of them, but never really attempted to learn the deeper complexities of its mechanics or really sat down to try and become good with a character. That's going to change with Tekken 8 because after spending about 4 hours with it, I'm all in. While I am a self-admitted
Brazil, what's
fan
good, bro?
of the Tekken series, I have
I
at
see
least
you. I see you in the
dabbled
chat.
enough into Tekken 7 to be able to talk about the most
Why you
defining
calling me
differences
Justin? It's
between
Justice.
it and Tekken 8.
J-U-S-T-I-C-E.
Chief among those changes is the new heat system, which is all about enforcing one of Tekken 8's biggest
No,
design
you don't
goals,
usually call me Justin.
rewarding
It's
aggression.
Justice.
With the press of a button, a
J-U-S-T-I-C-E.
character can use a heat burst to enter
Justice.
heat mode. The effects of it differ from character to character, but in general, you can view it as a limited time state where you're basically better at everything. Certain moves have new properties,
Appreciate
others
you coming
recover
out, man.
faster,
How's school?
making
How's
them
school?
more advantageous on block, and you gain access to
It's
new
Justice,
moves that
yeah.
aren't available
It's Justice,
outside
yeah.
of heat mode.
It's all good.
One
It's
of the
all good.
key
You
elements
forgot. It's
of
all
heat
good.
mode is that
It's
while
Justice.
it is
That's
time
the
limited,
name.
with a meter that
How's
slowly
school
depletes
going?
once activated, you can actually stop that meter from going down by landing attacks. This is just one of the ways that Tekken 8 looks to encourage its players to be more aggressive.
Nah, you
Because
good, you
if
good,
you're able
you good.
to
You don't gotta
push the
apologize, you
pace
good.
and land
It
hits
happens.
while in heat mode,
People-
you
you're
can
not
keep
the
that
first person
state
to make
going
that
throughout
mistake.
most,
It's all good.
if not all of the round. And if you decide that you instead want to cash out on damage rather than remain in heat mode, you can use a Heat Smash, which is like a mini Rage Art super move that does a large amount of damage but spends the rest of your heat meter. The heat system goes deeper than that too. In addition to there being a heat meter, there are also these little icons that govern your usage of certain actions while in heat mode. This is called heat energy, and if you enter heat mode with a heat burst, you'll only get one stock of it. However, if you use what's known as a heat engager, you'll enter heat mode with 2 stocks. These are special moves that, when landed, will instantly put your character into the heat state. Every character has 5 of them, and they're usually
good.
a handful
Alright,
of the
cool,
most
cool,
defining moves of each
Glad
character.
you enjoy it.
After you
When do
land a
you-
heat
when do you
engager,
get out?
you
You-
can
do you
spend
get out in,
1
like,
stock of heat
May
energy
or
to use a
June
heat
or something
dash,
like that?
which lets
'Cause I
you
think
quickly
that's
dash
when
in to
a lot
either
of kids
connect
get out over
combos
here
that
in the
otherwise
States.
could not be connected, or if
Like
the
when
heat
you
engager is
finish
blocked,
with the
you
school
can
year.
just get right back up in their face to continue your offense. So let's pause and slow things down as we look at this example between Paul and Jack 8. Paul lands his Phoenix Smasher, which is one of his 5 Heat Engager special moves. Landing a Heat Engager gives him a free dash that he can use to get in close, but I actually don't think that this is a true combo. Nonetheless, he lands that cool launcher into throw combo from the trailer. Then he lands another Phoenix Smasher, and when you land a Heat Engager during Heat mode, you're able to use a Heat Dash to continue the combo. So he spends a stock of Heat Energy on a Heat Dash, picks him up off the ground, and finishes with a Heat Smash.
Oh, so it's like
Note
Drive
that Paul
Rush.
now
It's
no
like
longer
Drive
has
Rush.
any heat meter to work with for the rest of the round.
Except it doesn't recharge. That means it doesn't recharge. You use your heat meter, it's gone. Okay.
My favorite element of the heat system, though, is how it's used to further define the unique aspects of every character. Each character has at least one completely unique advantage while in heat mode. For example, while in heat mode, King gets armor on his Jaguar run, making him a grappler with an armored command run to get in on opponents. Kazuya, meanwhile, can execute his iconic electric Wind God Fist technique without having to be frame perfect on the input. What I also love about the heat system is that it's available right at the start of every round. It's not a comeback mechanic, and you don't need to build up a meter in order to gain access to it. You're free to use it whenever and however you please. The already existing comeback mechanic from Tekken 7, Rage, does make a return, with it once again causing a character to go into a rage state once they reach a critical level of health. While in the rage state, your damage increases and you gain access to your ultra powerful Rage Art technique. That said, rage drives are a thing of the past, largely because it's a mechanic that felt redundant due to the addition of the heat state and the advantages it provides. Another brand new element of Tekken 8 is the addition of a special control type, which is Tekken 8's new attempt at making its complex fighting system a little more approachable for newcomers. When in special control mode, each button has a recommended move and combo for each character. There's a button for juggle combos, a button for grounded combos, and a button for quick low attacks. The selected moves even change depending on what state you're in. While this allows new players to compete with more intermediate players in terms of the damage they're able to output, the key thing to keep in mind is that players using the special control scheme only have access to a very small selection of moves. The most interesting part though about the special control scheme, and the thing that really sets it apart from Street Fighter 6's new modern control scheme, is the fact that you can switch between the classic and special control styles mid-match with the press of a button. This makes it actually a fairly viable option for more experienced players as well, as you could be playing the match out in the classic control scheme, suddenly have an opportunity for a big punish, quickly swap to the special control style, and start mashing out a combo without fear of it dropping. It also seems like a great learning tool to be able to quickly jump in with a new character and get a feel for what their moves and combos are going to look like without having to memorize a whole bunch of techniques just to be competitive. Those are all pretty substantial changes, so it's comforting to know that everything else still feels like some good-ass Tekken. In my playtime, I mostly experimented with King, who's just as much of a powerhouse as he's always been. One of my favorite changes to him is that his reverse arm slam combo has been simplified, allowing him to go into the next throw in the chain with a single button press as opposed to a series of
I think I might use King, Lars or King.
Now, he still does have the latter, and those are probably more damaging and harder to break, but as someone who's always loved King, but was always intimidated by all of the commands needed to do a full chain grab combo, I appreciate having at least one that I could easily commit to memory and rely on pretty much from the get-go of learning the character. I want to give a shout out to Tekken 8's command list too, which does a great job of giving extra context to the recommended moves for every character. It told me recommended combos, moves to use that are advantageous on block, what moves will launch an opponent,
just remembering the whole periodic table,
what to do after
and an
activating
atomic
heat
number,
mode, and much more.
write a whole
These
epic
move lists
story
are
about my
extremely
entire
intimidating,
life,
with each of
and
them
why I
containing
exist, and
hundreds
how
of
to
techniques,
hack
and Bandai Namco is
international and
really
do
putting in the
algebra,
effort
nothing much.
by making them much more user-friendly.
That's good.
After
That's
my
good.
playtime
I
was over, I left with a
remember
renewed
periodic
enthusiasm
table.
to get into Tekken on a more
I'm going to
serious
tell you right
level.
now, unless you're in
Tekken 8
the
looks
science, I don't know how
phenomenal.
much you're in the
Its hits
science.
feel as impactful as
You're
ever,
probably going to
and
forget
its
all of that,
iconic cast
but
of characters
definitely
are
learn
even
it
more
now and
uniquely
try to
defined
retain it
thanks
as
to
long
the
as
new
you
heat
can,
system.
because you never
There's
know
still a lot we have
when
yet
you
to
might
see, but as far as first
need to
impressions
know it.
go,
It's good. It's
Tekken
good
8
information
is a
to know.
knockout.
And you had to write a story about your life and why I exist. So I'm guessing that was English class. That was probably English class. So you probably would have chemistry or physics, English
for more
class,
Tekken 8, make sure to check out my interview with
and
Michael
how to
Murray
hack in the
and
NASA and do
Katsuhiro
algebra.
Harada.
Okay, the algebra.
And for everything else, keep it here.
That's cool.
on
That's
the
cool. They got y'all through the curriculum, it seems. What's your favorite subject in school?
I hate rich people. Round one.
Hey, Rich, you a hater.
I have greatly enjoyed the fighting game renaissance over the last few years. Between the success of Guilty Gear Strive and Street Fighter 6, and the general improvements to netcode across the board, the genre seems to be at its strongest since the arcade days. And after my time with the first weekend of Tekken 8's closed network test, it seems primed to bring the heat to a new generation, despite a few hiccups that can hopefully be attributed to normal pre-release obstacles.
I'll show you. Strongest in the universe. Yeah.
In our earlier preview, IGN's Mitchell Saltzman covered the new mechanics introduced with the heat system, noting that it doubled down on the uniqueness of each character. I'm happy to report that this holds true with the characters that have been added since the build he played, although they've simplified the heat system just a bit. Instead of certain moves using stocks of your gauge, both heat drives and heat smashes now just use the rest of your bar. It's still a lot to wrap your head around, but thankfully, the closed test included a quick tutorial to run down these changes. Given the limited time available for the closed network test, I've tried to focus on some of the newly added
I'm so
characters,
mad I missed that network
specifically
test.
Lily and June.
Okay, you said physics
Lily,
is
my
hard.
main
I don't
from Tekken
understand
7,
the thing.
other than Armor King,
My
is well known to be
fave
one of
is
the most
probably
evasive
Chem,
characters in the
'cause it's
series,
easy.
with a
Oh yeah,
fantastic
chemistry is
sidestep,
way easier
tricky
than
launchers,
physics. Physics is
and
like
even
the
a command
next
hop that can be followed up with
evolution
either a
of
low or a mid attack,
chemistry.
forcing you to guess
It's
if
a
you
lot
need
of
to block
equations.
standing or crouching.
Chemistry is pretty much
Going into
easy to
heat
stand,
mode in
because
Tekken
understand
8
periodic
boosts her
table
evasiveness, letting you use her command
significant
hop twice
digits
in a
and
row
things
by
of that
holding the
nature.
button
I remember
down,
chemistry.
and
I liked
using these
chemistry when
hops
I was in
actually
school.
increases your heat meter.
Physics
and you
was
can keep your
something
offense
else.
going for longer. She can also use her heat smash,
Or
the high
computer,
damage
because
ender you
basically
can
free
use
time.
to end
Oh
heat
yeah, we
mode
had computer
from her
class.
back
Well, yeah,
turn
it was basically
stance
free
as a low
time.
attack,
Like they'll
giving her multiple
like the
ways to
teacher will
land
show
big
you how to
damage.
do a few things.
Another
on the
character that
computer.
stood out to me was Jun
Like the lesson
Kazama,
would be like
returning in
10
her first
minutes,
canon
and then the
appearance
rest of
since
the time you can
Tekken
just
2.
do whatever you want.
She can use
On the
powerful
computer.
attacks
Oh,
and
they
strings at the
it's
cost
crazy.
of her
The
own life
curriculum
bar.
is still the same.
But if you activate heat
And
mode,
it's
you can
it's
use
like
those
that
moves
all the way
freely
out
without
there.
damaging yourself.
You said
and
you were
even do
wait.
extra
Where did you say you
healing,
was from again?
giving her
Did
an
you say, was it
extremely
Indonesia,
powerful
or was
tool
that
set
somebody
with no
else?
drawbacks for a limited time. I felt like I was barely getting a handle on what June could do in this first weekend, but I'm excited to explore more of her kit during the next test period. Both characters gave me a lot of confidence that the heat system is ultimately going to end up being a great change for Tekken 8. Finding new ways to activate my heat, using the buffs it provides before it runs out, and then finishing it up with the heat smash, all made me excited to jump back into training mode as soon as I was able. Unfortunately, what had me less excited across the board was the online performance. While about half of my matches were great, and this is very specifically a network test, some of the connections were downright rough, especially against Wi-Fi warriors, with rollback artifacts and hitching both present.
Not the Wi-Fi
It's
warriors.
hard enough to judge spacing when
no.
someone has a handle on Tekken's complex movement, but when they suddenly appeared to teleport, it made me feel like I was taking a counter hit to the face in real life. You can change the rollback settings to prioritize graphics or prioritize response. I chose response, but it's really just a pick your poison selection, as you'll be dealing with more delay as a trade-off for less hitching. There was also an issue with stage transitions where they would hitch almost without fail. I'm not sure if this was a network issue or a performance issue, but it was very distracting nonetheless. Thankfully, the connection screen gives a Wi-Fi indicator so you can avoid those players altogether if you wish, and as with all fighting games, I would strongly recommend plugging in an Ethernet cable, but that won't stop all of the online issues, as matchmaking was also a bit spotty. Long stretches of time would go by where matches would fail to connect repeatedly, or not match me with anyone at all. Game director Katsuhiro Harada tweeted over the weekend that this was a known bug, and again, I must stress that this is a network test, and is designed to work out kinks they find with online play, so hopefully this will be remedied in the final release. But I can only relay my experience, which was not always optimal. After a few days of learning a few things, getting the ever-loving tar beat out of me, and then managing to squeak out some wins, I'm even more excited for Tekken 8's final release. Hopefully they can iron out the network issues, and if they do, I'm confident that we'll have a great new combatant for the King of Iron Fist tournament. Thanks for watching, and while you're here, make sure to check out our coverage of Tekken 8 from the floor of San Diego Comic-Con. And for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
You win.
うっさいわ、それはこっちのセリフや。ね
Round one. Fight.
The computer teacher literally asked me what game are you playing. When I said the game, they was like, okay, and walk off. Oh, yeah, I guess they want to make sure y'all not playing anything like, you know, too mature for y'all to be playing. I know you probably just play like Roblox or like Fortnite or something on there, right? And then you said, wait, there's 5 people. Yeah, I've been having people show up to the streams last night. Last night, my stream I did last night, I had like, yesterday afternoon. It was like, I think it peaked at like 6 or 7 people. So yeah, we've been getting more people in the streams lately. Not a lot of comments, not a lot of chatters, but people just lurking and stuff. I think it's because I'm doing this Gamescom one for today. So it's a popular thing that I'm streaming, so I get more people in here. heard that once you get to the monetize, like once you get monetized, like they start putting your videos in the algorithm more. So I'm getting close to getting monetized. So we'll see how true that is. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, I had like 7 people, bro. Yeah, it was lit. Like it was lit. I was hyped. I was hyped. I was just mad I couldn't stream for longer, because on Mondays and Tuesdays I can't stream for that long because I work. I work at 4 p.m. So it's like today, luckily I'm gonna get a nice amount of hours in. But yesterday I started at 1, so I couldn't really stream for that long. But today is gonna be a little bit of a longer stream. I made sure I got some rest last night. Got up early to get the stream popping. That was a good round. I know the sweats was on this network test from beginning to end. Wait, what job are you in? Let me see how I can tell you without telling you. Well, I can tell you that I work from home. I can tell you that much. I don't want to say where, but just know that I work from home. Because you know people are weird on the internet, you know. So I work from home basically. So after I get off the stream, I just go and I work from my other setup. I have another setup in my room. I don't want to tell you where I work or what kind of work I do. You know, people are weird. People are weird. They try to call your job and say weird stuff about you. But yes, I'm not gonna say what I do for work. And my schedule is weird as hell. That's why my stream schedule is so weird. Like, the schedule is weird as hell. But I try to get on here and, I constantly post content every day, and I stream at least 6 days a week. But I'm so close to the monetization. I really want to get it before this year is out, or really before the summer is out. You got 2 setups? Yeah, man. I worked hard I worked hard. I didn't get it overnight, man. It took me a while. Like, it took me a lot of working, a lot of saving up, a lot of buying piece by piece. But yeah, I got 2 setups. One for my work, and then one for my content, making content. I want to do a little bit more with my setup in my room for my work, because I can make it more versatile. I don't know. I'll probably wait for next year to do that. Like, wait till I got some more money saved up, because right now my money's tied up.
Round 1. Fight.
They got busy just now.
Fight.
Games do I play now? Okay, so what games am I playing now? I'm still on Street Fighter 6. I'm on the last mission, but I can't beat JP. JP keeps kicking my ass. The World Tour mode, like JP keeps kicking my ass. So I got Street Fighter 6 on Monday and Tuesday, but you know I'm switching it up now because of these conferences. I always cover all the game conferences. So Wednesday and Thursday, now I'm playing Diablo 4. And Friday and Saturday, I'm still playing Final Fantasy 16, but I'm almost done. So, and then you said I want to give recommendations. Go ahead. What recommendations do you have?
Round 1.
I want to give you Nintendo games, but I'm still thinking on what game. Okay. Let me know. I was playing Mario. That was kind of getting views, but I replaced that for Diablo 4. Because I figured let me at least play the game 2 days in a row before I switch, instead of like switching to a new game every day. Which is what I was doing before. Oh wait, BRB. All right, take your time. See when you get back. They really getting it though. I ain't gonna lie. Doing it, get her name. Really getting it.
You win.
You win. To Warrior. They just rolling all of their trailers that they've been
Humanity
posting
has always hunted
for the
for
past
knowledge
few
in the
weeks.
unknown.
Like, they're just running all the trailers. I ain't even mad at them.
The wonder
It's
is,
free. It's free engagement.
not that the field of
Free
stars
engagement.
is
You
so
know,
vast.
they gotta make their money. You know, I
But
don't know
that
how
we
they
have measured
allocate
it.
the funds that this channel makes, but they do it somehow. I'm pretty sure this channel makes. Let me go on Social Blade and see how much relatively that they're trying. Because I've seen some creators go on and check their Social Blade and say like it's not accurate, but it's not super far off. Like it's never accurate, but it's not super far off either.
We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question
all
of
we
all.
can do is guesstimate. You know, we're
What's
just fans of these
out
people,
there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking
Most
for.
of those is from
Another great
previous 30
secret
days,
the universe is asking us to unravel.
3 subscribers.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be
Rolling
at
30
risk.
doesn't count. Rolling 30. I can't wait for this game. I don't care what nobody says. This shit gonna be lit.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change
It
humanity.
says they make
forever.
anywhere from 25, basically 26K to 412K per month. So that means they make anywhere from 309K to
is where
4.9
we
billion
belong.
per year. That's such a wide range, but I understand. It should be fluctuating. They get millions of views per day. They've already today got 412,000 views. My channel doesn't even have
That gives
that
you a
many
look
views.
at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not
They've
our
seen
story.
dips,
it's
though.
the story you create by who you are
Like
and the
months where they
choices
get
you
hundreds
make.
of thousands of
And that
subscribers,
starts
and some get
with
none.
character creation.
Months where they get
It's our
hundreds of
most
millions of views,
flexible
months
yet.
where they don't.
You can customize all the elements of how
This
you
year has
look.
been weird. Like I feel like it's been a down year for creators. Period. Like everybody I check, their numbers is down, but like they still.
You'll
I
pick
mean,
a
they still
background
here, but
that
like
gives you
their numbers
3
is
starting
down.
skills.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with the resources you find to crafting weapon mods needed to survive.
Okay, wait, I'm back, and there's a Pokemon reveal.
And you can build your
When
own
was
outposts.
this?
These
'Cause I feel like I
act
watched
as a home
something
away
on
from
Pokemon
home
recently. I
for
didn't see no-
survival and resource
Unless it
generation.
happened like in the past
You can
couple
choose
days.
where and how to build each one, and
Pokemon
you can
was
hire
it?
characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members, and yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
connection between two worlds. About a century ago, humans were defeated by the Vulgus, invaders from the other world. Then came the Colossi, who destroyed everything. Humans resisted until they could no longer. Then they found hope. They were gifted the forgotten ancestors' power. Finally, they could fight with newfound strength. But another threat had emerged. Karel, the new leader of the Vulgus. His dark ambitions are driving both worlds to the brink of collapse.
All right, but I see you. Thanks for pulling up, man. Make sure you hit that like on the way in or the way out if you didn't already. Appreciate you coming out. I'll see you in the next stream.
With the ancestors,
I'm streaming around the same time tomorrow because it's going to be 4 days of this Gamescom stuff.
Descendant, can you hear me? I've been waiting for you.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 O를 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리투 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 인류의 생존을 위해 침략자들에 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀 플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 물을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래픽은 이동시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
The first tdf.nexon.com. No TFD.
As a new free-to-play looter shooter, the First Descendant faces heavy competition.
Between Destiny 2 and Warframe receiving regular expansions, alongside a steady stream of smaller games, making yourself seen in this crowded genre isn't easy. Unfortunately, if the First Descendants' upcoming beta test is anything to go by, it doesn't feel like this will be the next big one to break through. Testing out solo play and 4-player co-op, what's here is enjoyable enough, but it isn't that compelling.
Register for the beta now, y'all.
The First Descendants story wouldn't feel out of place in a classic sci-fi novel. It's that old tale of humanity fending off alien invaders once again. Here you can choose one of 10 playable descendants, each bringing unique skills to repel the Vulgus. You're initially limited to choosing between 3, unlocking the rest later through a research institute. With differing stats and combat skills, differences aren't just skin deep. Be aware that you can't customize a descendant's appearance. Nexon Games says you can decorate them, a feature unavailable during this beta test, but the team wishes to retain everyone's unique aspects. Soon after choosing a character, you'll arrive in Albion, the First Descendants' pretty hub world. Here you can upgrade your weapons, take on quests, and more. Heading towards the Kingston region for several field missions, objectives range from defending set objects to investigating broken detectors. Boss fights are separately contained within Void Intercept battles, accessed from terminals across Albion and an NPC, Seneca. These fearsome foes have specific weak points to target and generally require a team. However, the missions I played simply didn't feel that exciting, even when playing with friends. Despite the differing goals, you're always taking down waves of enemies with generic designs at most steps, which soon becomes tedious. One objective involves taking down continuous waves of enemies to power down a target's shields, and I had to repeat this several times. When playing co-op, starting a mission didn't activate for the whole party, which caused some initial confusion. Each member must individually join or shoot an enemy in a teammate's existing mission. Not the biggest problem, sure, but hardly the most intuitive method. Considering this is an early beta, I'm hoping that'll change before the full release. Even with these problems, the First Descendants' combat still feels entertaining, thanks to each Descendant's varied playstyles. Everyone has 4 active skills in battle, ranging from defensive moves like Ajax's reverse door shield to offensive options like VS's ice beam. Everyone's packing something different, encouraging you to explore and unlock the other characters. You can also equip 3 guns at once, flicking through them with your mouse's scroll wheel. If you aren't happy, defeating more formidable Vulgus usually provides a better gun. You can boost existing weapons through runes too. Those offer additional benefits like electrocution immunity, increased running speed, HP recovery when killing an enemy, and more. Runes are blanket applied into categories based on your gun type, so as an example, torrent runes can only apply to machine guns and tactical rifles. There's a set capacity for what you can equip for each category, and more powerful runes cost more. It's much more effective than using runes on individual weapons, saving considerable time when you'll likely be juggling through plenty of them. You can improve your capacity and the runes directly through Albion's Rune Master, and being able to choose your melee attack through Descendant runes was similarly appreciated. It's a nice touch to combat that provides suitably varied battle perks to fit different playstyles, and there are some solid customization options here. Once you've finished battles and missions, you can visit a separate event terminal in Albion, rewarding you with new weapons or runes. You'll gradually increase your mastery rank by defeating monsters, which helps you unlock benefits like additional rune slots. There's potential in the First Descendants' customization and progression system, but this doesn't mean much if the field missions aren't that interesting. Right now, it feels like your average looter shooter with fancier visuals. While there is every chance things could improve come full release, I'm not entirely convinced. If you're curious to try it, you can jump into the open beta next week on Steam. Otherwise, the First Descendant launches on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation next year. For more on all of your favorite video games, keep it locked right here on IGN.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? If you feel confused, just reload your gun.
This looks cool, I'm not gonna lie. This looks like one of the ones. Like it's not gonna catch on crazy, but it's gonna be like a game that we play. Has an anthem vibe. You got suits, powered, and powered suits. Like not like
When this war first broke out, we weren't even born. And yet still we struggle with everything we have. Some fight for riches, fame, glory. Some fight because we truly believe. Unshakable faith in the face of despair. That's what drives us. Those who fall serving the immortals turn to stone. But that's not how our story ends. We rise once more. And in the name of the immortals, we're brought back to fight anew. But why return to this carnage? Why doom ourselves to unceasing strife? Because the bones of this war will build a haven for all.
Oh, they showing a match. Okay.
Should have thought twice. Should have thought twice.
Are the avatar of death.
Be well, friend. Be well, friend.
They've made the first move. Counter them.
Enemy down.
The enemy has more foothold. Drive them out.
Ranged attacks. Incoming.
Cry of terror rings out. Take that foothold from the enemy.
Oh.
We're halfway through. Stay strong. They've made the first move. Counter them.
Be well, friend.
I am reborn.
I am the flame. I'm sorry. I can heal you.
I am so. The enemy has more footholds. Drive them out.
You are.
I have no fear. Forgive me.
Can I get some help here?
I've returned from the flames.
Take that foothold from the enemy.
It's time to fight.
I am the flame.
They've made the first move. Counter them. The enemy has more footholds. Drive them out. Foothold from the enemy.
It's looking dicey here, guys.
Headshot.
Enemy down. am the flame.
You are the avatar of death.
Let's try something new. Enemy down. Breathe deep. Be well.
The cannon foothold has been taken.
Be well,
Head for cover.
friend.
Out of my way!
I see you. Should have thought twice.
Be able to rally. Shut down.
Should have thought twice.
The enemy has
Am the flame. I've returned from the flame.
slain an immortal. The cannon foothold has been.
I am the flame. Should have thought twice.
Quadra kill.
Join your
You
friends.
have slain an immortal. A cry of terror rings out.
Am the flame. You try.
They've broken. Victory is ours. Triple kill. Quadra kill.
In a bid for the growing number of warfare-centric multiplayer games with massive numbers of combatants taking to the field all at once to impale one another, Warhaven hopes to make a name for itself with large maps, an impressive roster of warriors, and objective matches that have armies scrambling to overrun one another in an elaborate game of tug-of-war. I recently spent several hours with the team at Nexon and some of my fellow IGN sweaty tryhards as we tried desperately to maim one another while slinging as much trash talk as humanly possible. The result was a few entertaining hours that were complete pandemonium from beginning to end. While combat may be slightly reminiscent of fellow third-person melee warfare game For Honor, Warhaven's biggest departure is in its decidedly more chaotic style. Instead of smaller engagements with only a few players slowly and methodically dueling one another, Warhaven's 16v16 multiplayer throws an avalanche of opponents into a jumbled pile of swords, shields, and cannonballs that's almost always pure mayhem. While fighting one-on-one can certainly be a strategic dance of blocking, slashing, and well-timed abilities, more often than not, any hope at a fair fight is immediately dashed when either you or your opponents show up in full force to ruthlessly butcher anyone in sight, while sheer numbers throw any hope of fighting back right out the window. In the occasional instances where both teams show up at a single point in full force, the often one-sided push and pull is replaced by a disorderly slaughterfest that's sure to be the highlight of any match. Even when the odds feel fair though, the haphazard swings from your character's weapons and decidedly floaty movement makes for an imprecise experience that sometimes doesn't feel great, even though that untidiness usually leads to hilarity. It's especially funny to see players spontaneously transform into ultra-powerful heroes once they've accrued enough murder karma, then roll over an entire team as a horse-mounted character or a magical samurai with a cowboy hat. It's ridiculous, over the top, and at times feels completely unbalanced. But there's a certain kind of joy in that utter anarchy that makes each match amusing in how it appeals to my inner agent of chaos. It's not that Warhaven lacks strategy though. In fact, there's plenty of opportunities for teams to communicate with one another around objectives in order to win the game. For example, a few maps feature a cannon that's absolutely essential to victory, as whoever has control of it can rain down deadly hellfire over vast swaths of the map, leaving little hope for the enemy to control the objective without dealing with you first. That race to control the all-powerful artillery was definitely a good time, especially when I was the one firing the cannon at the soon-to-be dead sorry excuse for a soldier who opposed me. But just like everything else in Warhaven, the battle over the cannon is in no way immune to the utter tumult of warfare, and it seemed like even whilst communicating with my team as much as possible, we still regularly found ourselves steamrolled by overwhelming numbers, leading to repeated turnovers. It honestly felt like, in a lot of cases, the match's outcome came down to a coin toss based on the random and messy flow of battle, even when that sloppy homicide fiesta was generally a lot of fun. The silly good times are definitely extended by Warhaven's interesting roster of playable characters, which range from standard sword-wielding soldiers to lightning-fast assassins with a sneaky set of moves to healers with little in the way of attacks at all. Most of them feel good to play too, like a shield bearer who can plow his way through an army of enemies like Frank West in Dead Rising, or the crazy dude with a warhammer who turns the enemy into mashed potatoes like the rabid monster that he is. From what I can tell in the handful of hours I had with it though, not all are winners, like the spearmen whose attacks feel like they're way harder to land hits with than they should be, and which left me almost immediately flattened by the enemy every time I played as him. So far, Warhaven seems to be shaping up into a bizarrely disheveled war simulator that manages to pack a whole lot of entertaining moments in each chaotic match. I hope to spend more time blowing up my foes with a giant cannon when it's launched free-to-play later this year. For more, check out our previews of Flashback 2 and Palia, and for everything else, keep charging into battle with IGN.
Nexon's Warhaven follows in the footsteps of games like For Honor before it, in trying to carve a space out for the third-person melee action gamer amidst a sea of first-person large-scale multiplayer warfare offerings. Based on the current open beta playtests running until early November, there's still a lot of work to be done to make the case. I've had some fun in short bursts, but as a solo player, every clutch capture or dominant killing spree was bookended by frustrating moments of chaos, where there was no great way to steer your team to objectives or to avoid getting overwhelmed by enemies. No great way to hold your own one-on-one. Dropping into any of the 4 currently available maps first requires you to pick a class. There are 6 to choose from, all with their own strengths, weaknesses, and quirks. The sword-wielding Blade and the spear-brandishing Spike are the melee-focused choices, with the former being great for keeping foes on their toes and occasionally in the air, while the latter can pierce defenses with its charged-up attack and parry incoming swing to create openings for big damage. Guardian and Warhammer are the meaty ones. Guardian Shield can bash multiple foes backwards and be used as a battering ram to make a hole through the front line. Warhammer swings his two-handed bludgeon for the fences to destroy groups of foes, but can also put up defenses to clog paths. Arch is the ranger who can snipe people from great distances or can use delayed explosive aerials to great tactical use. Smoke is a trickster who can catch projectiles and launch them back at enemies and, crucially, can heal her allies at will. As you rack up kills and assists, or capture and defend objectives, you'll build a meter in the bottom corner. When full, you can spend it to temporarily transform yourself into one of 4 powerful immortals, each with different roles, but all posing game-changing potential. The most popular was Martyr, a knight in shining armor who has a powerful sword attack and a shield bash.
Double kill.
Dark Gale is a mounted warrior great for breaking through clumps of enemies. Poet uses barriers to shield himself and allies from harm, and Raven can launch powerful projectiles from a distance. Any one of these characters can dominate a skirmish. But maybe one of the biggest balance issues I've seen so far is when multiple players transform at the same time, creating a death ball of super powerful murder knights that make counterplay impossible. There are 4 maps in this playtest that show off 3 different game modes. Onslaught feels like the signature mode here, as there are 2 different maps dedicated to it, the narrower Moshbarg and the large expansive Gelen. Its tactical back and forth always felt important, even if trying to wrangle your team to prioritize objectives often felt like a battle in and of itself. Skirmish has fewer points than Onslaught that both teams fight over, the center one being the only one that scores. The other 2 give you access to a second respawn point and a cannon that faces the center. This was an extremely hectic stage. Control points flipped constantly, meaning you're always in motion to attack and defend the next one. It was also the mode I ran into one of my bigger obstacles with doing well, other groups of players. As a solo act trying to ping and chat my team into helping me out, I was having a hard time. On the other hand, Skirmish felt like the mode with the most emphasis on the objectives, as each one had a dramatic impact on the momentum of the fight. The last mode, Arms Race, is a take on escorting a moving objective to a destination. Except in Warhaven, there's 3 objectives that first need to be built by capturing their respective control points. This felt like the mode that required the most communication and felt the most chaotic as a single guy jumping into a team. And generally, 16 people trying to move 3 payloads while also trying to stop 16 other people from trying to move 3 payloads might just be too much to keep track of for any game. Warhaven's big-time battles feel properly large and incredibly chaotic, and in my time with this playtest, it delivered quite the mix of emotions. The objective-focused gameplay across several different locations and game types add a tactical layer to the melee skirmishes that does what it can to keep the game flow feeling intrinsic and legible, even if the tools to keep your team's eye on the prize are limited. Combat itself is filled with diverse offensive and defensive options both on your heroes or found in the environment, but the most effective way to kill the enemy is to crowd them in a corner and spam a storm of attacks that they could never be able to block. In short bursts, Warhaven is a great high-energy experience, though I think a keener focus and lots of balance is needed for it to survive the long post-launch campaign when it arrives next year. For more previews of upcoming games, do not miss our final preview of Sonic Frontiers, or our last look at Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Victory will be ours.
징.
さあ全人類よ、世界を闘争で満たせ。
風待ち。お前を殺し、全てを終わらせる。
俺の血を引いていながらこの程度か。
母さん、俺はまた守れないのか。
もろもろのまがこと罪汚れ清めましょう。
Yesterday, Bandai Namco debuted a brand new Tekken 8 trailer during the Game Awards, revealing new mechanics and the return of a fan-favorite character. Now I'm joined in studio by Tekken 8 director Katsuhiro Harada and producer Michael Murray for a full breakdown of the new trailer. Harada-san, Michael, welcome.
Thank you.
Let's dive right into the trailer. Okay, at the 4-second mark, Jin is falling through water, thinking about how he lost his fight, presumably, with Kazuya. A gloved hand appears from what looks like black smoke and reaches out to him. We know black smoke has historically been used to signify characters with the devil gene, and the gloves resemble Jin's and Kazuya's. Can you talk about what's happening here and where we are in the story?
So in the trailer, it's this time we really kind of focused on the story-based elements of the game and trying to portray that in the trailer. You can see Jun Kazama actually appears later on in the trailer, right? So we have Jin Kazama, Jun Kazama, Kazuya. So Jun is Jin's mother and Kazuya the father, so you know the three of them are family. And the different kind of destiny that they're all intertwined in is something that's really important to the story overall. And I think when you have a chance to play the game and you play through the story portion of it, you'll get more insight into the dynamics of that. But for this part, we just really wanted to make it really stand out about showing off some of those story-based elements, especially with the three of the main members of this iconic family.
At 9 seconds, we see Jun Kazama, Jin's mom, who hasn't been in a Tekken game since Tekken Tag 2 and hasn't had a canon appearance since Tekken 2. Can you talk about Jun's importance to Jin and Kazuya's story?
As you said, Jun Kazama, you know, this has been quite some time since she appeared in this type of capacity in the game. You know, being both part of the canon story and playable hasn't happened since, like you said, Tekken 2, which was, you know, 96 or so, so it's quite some time. Obviously, this time she plays a very important role, both to, you know, Kazuya and Jin, and I think some of that will be portrayed when you actually hands-on with the game. But really, I think she's more centrally important to Kazama, Jin Kazama, because people who are familiar with the character, you know that he's got this devil gene power, and he's kind of typically wavering between you know his human side and that kind of devil influence side throughout the storyline of Tekken. So Jun is kind of like his guide on the path that he's on, and people who are familiar with the series and her and you know Kazuya know that she has this special power with her that she can actually kind of neutralize the devil gene devil gene and some of its effects. So how that plays out in the story is something that players can look forward to, I think.
At 23 seconds, Kazuya appears in his devil form and starts attacking a city in some story mode footage. Can you talk about where Kazuya is in this story after finally, maybe, defeating Heihachi in Tekken 7 and what his plans are?
So the events in the trailer and the setting for Tekken 8 take place roughly 6 months after the ending of Tekken 7. So that's where we're at when you see this. And so you can see that Kazuya Mishima is in charge of the G Corporation, and so he's kind of used that as a vehicle to gain control, basically of the whole globe, right? And this is partly due to, you know, he was in a rivalry with Heihachi Mishima, who controlled the Mishima Zaibatsu. So after defeating Heihachi, like you saw at the ending of Tekken 7, you know, he had complete control over the world, and so you see him going around and destroying in the trailer. And if you recall Tekken 7, he has these extraordinary powers from the devil gene grants him. So He can shoot lasers. He even like shot down a satellite, you know, in the previous game. So this is the kind of destructive power we're talking about. And it's kind of unhampered now that he doesn't have Heihachi to stop him.
Okay, at the 25-second mark, we get gameplay footage of Lars, Paul Phoenix, Martial Law, Jack 8, and King. Everyone's sporting a new look, especially Paul, who has moved away from his signature hairdo, and Martial Law is using nunchucks in some of his attacks. Could you tell us about their redesigns and new models that have been built for Tekken 8?
So the characters that you mentioned, obviously, you know, all of them returning from past installments. But that said, they've been completely built from the ground up. The whole models, you know, everything, the rigging, the skinning, their costume design, everything about them was made from scratch for this time. We really wanted to give Tekken 8 the feeling of a brand new title and to provide the excitement for everyone, right? So, but we did have a lot of trouble in doing so. I mean, there's a financial cost of remaking all the models for the whole game, right? But more so, if you change it to make it look new, you have to be careful that you don't change it so much that people don't recognize their fan favorites. So we had to really take a hard look at each character and think, what makes them this iconic image to everyone, and to keep those elements while making it a brand new refresh of the costume. So that was something that was really important for us. And then, like you mentioned, Paul's hair, right? That's something that actually, he had the straightened long hair in Tekken 4, which is pretty popular with some of the Tekken fans. So that made an appearance. We actually have kind of an internal rule that every 4, you know, Tekken 4 and then Tekken 8, Paul has his hair down. So maybe next time, Tekken 12, perhaps, we'll have a hair down version of Paul. That said, we know that there are a lot of people who love the, you know, skyscraper hairstyle of the original Paul costume. So you can actually equip that in the customizations.
Jumping ahead to 33 seconds, we see some stage destruction after King hits Jack 8 into a wall. Can you tell us about the improvements that have been made to the stages and stage destruction in Tekken 8, including any visual updates?
So regarding the stages, a lot of attention to detail was put into it from various aspects. For example, there's the functionality of the stage itself. You know, Tekken is a 3D fighter, so this is really important that the camera, you know, goes 360 degrees, not just for cinematics, but while you're actually playing the game in various situations, right? And so you have balconies or walls or various objects that you can destroy within the stage, which opens it up. It changes the size and shape, but what this means is it changes the strategy of the game, right? So depending on which character you're using, it could be that they're well suited to one particular stage or maybe not. So this kind of strategic element is important to the game. And so the first thing we focus on was making these stages fun for the gameplay and how it affects the strategy, right? But also, not just that, even if it's not important to the functionality, just the graphics of one area breaking and opening up, and you can see like a panorama from like a wider view, or just like the various effects of dust and smoke and other elements of the stage that are destroyed, and you can see them move in real time because of the physics. Also, the stages themselves, you know, you might have different variations where it's nighttime or it's during the day, and that kind of lighting completely changes the look and feel of the stage. So all of this really comes together to make the stages really immersive experience. You know, both from the gameplay elements that I mentioned, but also from, you know, a spectator or just as a player enjoying it. So those are some of the things that went into the stage when we developed. So this really is unique, though, the stages about Tekken, because there's no other really current title that has this, you know, free roaming, well, not free roaming, but the camera can go in 3D, 360 degrees, right, at any time, depending on the player's inputs. You don't see that in any other games. And what this means is it's so much more intensive and even costly to make these kind of stages, because you have to pay attention to every detail on the stage, because you never know where the camera is going to be, right? So everything has to be perfect, all of the cinematics and everything. So, you know, I kind of joked to myself that if I knew it was going to turn into this maybe 30 years ago, I shouldn't have done 3D stages, because everyone else is doing 2D, and they don't have to worry about the stuff the camera can't see. So I'm kind of jealous in some regards.
So here at 34 seconds, we see Lars is rooting for Jin. Can you tell us about Lars' place in Tekken 8's story? We also see him fighting Jack 8 and showing off the new heat system. Tekken 8's core concept is aggressive. Could you talk about what influenced that concept and what that means for Tekken 8's gameplay, how the heat system plays into that?
So first there's, like you said, Lars appears in the trailer rooting for Jin. You can kind of see their relationship throughout the series, but this time you can do it Jin Kazama, he's saying. So I think it kind of gives people watching the trailer a good idea of the kind of dynamic there with those two, that he's supporting Jin in his journey this time, right? And then regarding the heat system, it's like you said, you see it in the trailer as he's fighting against Jack 8. But this is really designed to change the game in a positive way from past installments. That it's the same with real martial arts, but with fighting games as well. If you have two people who have a really similar skill level, sometimes neither can go on attack or open themselves up. You know, it leaves you vulnerable, perhaps. So you'll just see people staring each other down, I guess you could say, right? We wanted to break that up. So the heat system really kind of rewards players for going on the offense and to maybe poke holes in their opponent's defense, because it's more fun for the people playing, but also for people watching the game, it's more of an enjoyable spectator experience. So this was designed to kind of really reflect the core concept of Tekken 8 of being an aggressive game, and to kind of change up the gameplay in that manner. So this is the first time we're showing it off, and we hope to talk about it more in the future. So we hope everyone's looking forward to hearing more details.
Okay, jumping ahead to 41 seconds, Jin and Kazuya are destined to fight each other, and their conflict mirrors Heihachi and Kazuya's. What makes this fight, Jin versus Kazuya, different from that one, and where is Jin coming into in Tekken 8's story?
So in previous, I believe Tekken 7 is what you're referencing, the battle between Kazuya and Heihachi. The dynamics were, you have Heihachi is a human, he doesn't possess the devil gene, right? Against Kazuya, who has the devil gene, who is, a devil pretty much. And so the battle between them was kind of a different dynamic. In Kazuya, obviously he wins in the end. Spoiler alert for people who haven't played Tekken 7. So that dynamic is slightly different, because now you have Jin Kazama, who actually also possesses this devil gene and gives him similar powers to Kazuya. But it's quite different in the matter that Kazuya, from a martial artist perspective, fighter, and being able to control the devil gene and go freely back and forth between human and devil powers, he's much more of a developed and polished entity or person, I guess you could say, where Jin he's younger, and he's still he has his things that he's trying to battle with and within himself and to figure out, and so he's not mastered himself or the devil gene and its powers. So the way that plays out is quite different than the battle between Heihachi and Kazuya. But not just that, you have the added dynamic of Jin's mother, Jun Kazama, Kazuya's wife as well, who kind of will come on the scene, and how she affects that face-off between the two, father and son, this time is going to be something quite different than what we've seen before with Heihachi and Kazuya, right?
Okay, skipping ahead to the 1 minute mark, we see Jun Kazama again. She returns and promises to help Jin cleanse this world of its evil and corruption. We also see a bird land on her hand. Could you talk about what the bird symbolizes and the importance of Jun's return to the series after so much time away?
So just to dive into the background of Jun Kazama a little bit, part of her character setting is that she's involved in wildlife conservation, and that's also kind of why she raised Jin in Yakushima, which has a lot of nature in that environment. So there is that regarding the bird, coming to her, but it's also more of a kind of Japanese or Asian concept that when you have these martial artists who've attained a lot of power, it's said that that kind of fighting spirit emanates from them, right? But on the other hand, someone who's equally a master can kind of feel that power, and it works in minus ways some ways. So it's said that people who've gone even further to the next level are able to kind of get rid of that fighting spirit or not emanate it, so that their opponent can't feel it, right? So that is said that with a very skilled martial artist in the past, that animals would fly to them because they don't feel that fighting spirit or that danger, I guess you could say, right? So it's a sign that not only is she, in tune with nature, but that also she is such a skilled martial artist that she is able to kind of not emanate that fighting energy, right? So that's a background setting to it. But also, one important thing of June is that she's got this power to cleanse things, or kind of neutralize the devil gene, etc. So how this plays, affects the outcome and what transpires between these two fighters, right, is going to be one of the focal points of the story for people to look forward to.
And finally, at the end of the trailer, we see the chain and the 8 symbol again. We finally see Tekken 8's tagline, Fist Meets Fate. Can you talk about the symbolism behind the chain and the tagline and how they relate to Tekken 8's story?
So the chains are really an important element, especially tied to Jin, also Kazuya, the Mishima family in general, with the devil Jin and their history. So it kind of symbolizes they have this particular destiny or things that they're tied to, whether they like it or not in many instances. And the chains are kind of what binds them to that, and that's like a reflection of that. So that's a key element of the story that appears visually. But then also the Fist Meets Fate just symbolizes that although they have this destiny and it seems like it's kind of decided and they have no choice in it at times, they use the power, which is symbolized by their fist, right, to try to veer away from their destiny, to try to change it per se through their sheer power in their fists. So that's where the Fist Meets Fate comes from.
All right, well, that's all the time we have today. Thanks once again to Harada-san and Michael Murray for joining us. Thanks to you all for watching. For lots more coverage, check out our full analysis of the new Tekken trailer over on the site. And for everything you need to know about the rest of the video game world, stick with us right here at IGN.
Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New Challenger.
¿Es hora de entrar? Aquí viene el espectáculo de Azucena.
Azucena.
Bebida número 1 en el mundo. Je te prouverai que le thé est supérieur.
ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger.
Come and get some. I dare you.
Martial Law. Get ready for the next battle. Tekken 8. New challenger. Asuka Kazama.
Growing up as a child of 90s and early 2000s arcades, I've been a casual enjoyer of the Tekken series pretty much all throughout its lifespan, with its cabinets being a regular spot where I would dump a few quarters, mash some buttons, and walk away with a smile on my face. I've put some time into just about all of them, but never really attempted to learn the deeper complexities of its mechanics, or really sat down to try and become good with a character. That's going to change with Tekken 8 because after spending about 4 hours with it, I'm all in. While I am a self-admitted casual fan of the Tekken series, I have at least dabbled enough into Tekken 7 to be able to talk about the most defining differences between it and Tekken 8. Chief among those changes is the new heat system, which is all about enforcing one of Tekken 8's biggest design goals, rewarding aggression. With the press of a button, a character can use a heat burst to enter heat mode, The effects of it differ from character to character, but in general, you can view it as a limited time state where you're basically better at everything. Certain moves have new properties, others recover faster, making them more advantageous on block, and you gain access to new moves that aren't available outside of Heat Mode. One of the key elements of Heat Mode is that while it is time limited, with a meter that slowly depletes once activated, you can actually stop that meter from going down by landing attacks. This is just one of the ways that Tekken 8 looks to encourage its players to be more aggressive. Because if you're able to push the pace and land hits while in Heat Mode, you can keep that state going throughout most, if not all of the round. And if you decide that you instead want to cash out on damage rather than remain in Heat Mode, you can use a Heat Smash, which is like a mini Rage Art super move that does a large amount of damage but spends the rest of your heat meter. The heat system goes deeper than that too. In addition to there being a heat meter, there are also these little icons that govern your usage of certain actions while in heat mode. This is called heat energy, and if you enter heat mode with a heat burst, you'll only get one stock of it. However, if you use what's known as a heat engager, you'll enter heat mode with 2 stocks. These are special moves that, when landed, will instantly put your character into the heat state. Every character has 5 of them, and they're usually a handful of the most defining moves of each character. After you land a heat engager, you can spend 1 stock of heat energy to use a heat dash, which lets you quickly dash in to either connect combos that otherwise could not be connected, or if the heat engager is blocked, you can just get right back up in their face to continue your offense. So let's pause and slow things down as we look at this example between Paul and Jack 8. Paul lands his Phoenix Smasher, which is one of his 5 heat engager special moves. Landing a heat engager gives him a free dash that he can use to get in close, but I actually don't think that this is a true combo. Nonetheless, he lands that cool launcher into throw combo from the trailer. Then he lands another Phoenix Smasher, and when you land a heat engager during heat mode, you're able to use a heat dash to continue the combo. So he spends a stock of heat energy on a heat dash, picks him up off the ground, and finishes with a heat smash. Note that Paul now no longer has any heat meter to work with for the rest of the round. My favorite element of the heat system, though, is how it's used to further define the unique aspects of every character. Each character has at least one completely unique advantage while in heat mode. For example, while in heat mode, King gets armor on his Jaguar run, making him a grappler with an armored command run to get in on opponents. Kazuya, meanwhile, can execute his iconic electric Wind God Fist technique without having to be frame perfect on the input. What I also love about the heat system is that it's available right at the start of every round. It's not a comeback mechanic, and you don't need to build up a meter in order to gain access to it. You're free to use it whenever and however you please. The already existing comeback mechanic from Tekken 7, Rage, does make a return, with it once again causing a character to go into a rage state once they reach a critical level of health. While in the rage state, your damage increases and you gain access to your ultra powerful rage art technique. That said, rage drives are a thing of the past, largely because it's a mechanic that felt redundant due to the addition of the heat state and the advantages it provides. Another brand new element of Tekken 8 is the addition of a special control type, which is Tekken 8's new attempt at making its complex fighting system a little more approachable for newcomers. When in special control mode, each button has a recommended move and combo for each character. There's a button for juggle combos, a button for grounded combos, and a button for quick low attacks. The selected moves even change depending on what state you're in. While this allows new players to compete with more intermediate players in terms of the damage they're able to output, the key thing to keep in mind is that players using the special control scheme only have access to a very small selection of moves. The most interesting part, though, about the special control scheme, and the thing that really sets it apart from Street Fighter VI's new modern control scheme, is the fact that you can switch between the classic and special control styles mid-match with the press of a button. This makes it actually a fairly viable option for more experienced players as well, as you could be playing the match out in the classic control scheme, suddenly have an opportunity for a big punish, quickly swap to the special control style, and start mashing out a combo without fear of it dropping. It also seems like a great learning tool to be able to quickly jump in with a new character and get a feel for what their moves and combos are going to look like without having to memorize a whole bunch of techniques just to be competitive. Those are all pretty substantial changes, so it's comforting to know that everything else still feels like some good-ass Tekken. In my playtime, I mostly experimented with King, who's just as much of a powerhouse as he's always been. One of my favorite changes to him is that his reverse arm slam combo has been simplified, allowing him to go into the next throw in the chain with a single button press as opposed to a series of inputs that need to be memorized. Now, he still does have the ladder, and those are probably more damaging and harder to break, but as someone who's always loved King, but was always intimidated by all of the commands needed to do a full chain grab combo, I appreciate having at least one that I could easily commit to memory and rely on pretty much from the get-go of learning the character. I want to give a shout out to Tekken 8's command list too, which does a great job of giving extra context to the recommended moves for every character. It told me recommended combos, moves to use that are advantageous on block, what moves will launch an opponent, what to do after launching them, what to do after activating heat mode, and much more. These move lists are extremely intimidating, with each of them containing hundreds of techniques, and Bandai Namco is really putting in the effort by making them much more user-friendly. After my playtime was over, I left with a renewed enthusiasm to get into Tekken on a more serious level. Tekken 8 looks phenomenal. Its hits feel as impactful as ever, and its iconic cast of characters are even more uniquely defined thanks to the new heat system. There's still a lot we have yet to see, but as far as first impressions go, Tekken 8 is a knockout. For more Tekken 8, make sure to check out my interview with Michael Murray and Katsuhiro Harada. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
People. Round 1. Fight.
I've greatly enjoyed the fighting game renaissance over the last few years. Between the success of Guilty Gear Strive and Street Fighter VI, and the general improvements to netcode across the board, the genre seems to be at its strongest since the arcade days. And after my time with the first weekend of Tekken 8's closed network test, it seems primed to bring the heat to a new generation, despite a few hiccups that can hopefully be attributed to normal pre-release obstacles.
I'll show you. Boost. Strongest in the universe. Yeah.
In our earlier preview, IGN's Mitchell Saltzman covered the new mechanics introduced with the heat system, noting that it doubled down on the uniqueness of each character. I'm happy to report that this holds true with the characters that have been added since the build he played, although they've simplified the heat system just a bit. Instead of certain moves using stocks of your gauge, both heat drives and heat smashes now just use the rest of your bar. It's still a lot to wrap your head around, but thankfully, the closed test included a quick tutorial to run down these changes. Given the limited time available for the closed network test, I've tried to focus on some of the newly added characters, specifically Lily and June. Lily, my main from Tekken 7 other than Armor King, is well known to be one of the most evasive characters in the series, with a fantastic sidestep, tricky launchers, and even a command hop that can be followed up with either a low or a mid attack, forcing you to guess if you need to block standing or crouching. Going into heat mode in Tekken 8 boosts her evasiveness, letting you use her command hop twice in a row by holding the button down, and using these hops actually increases your heat meter, meaning you can keep your offense going for longer. She can also use her Heat Smash, the high damage ender you can use to end heat mode, from her back-turned stance as a low attack, giving her multiple ways to land big damage. Another character that stood out to me was Jun Kazama, returning in her first canon appearance since Tekken 2. She can use powerful attacks and strings at the cost of her own life bar, but if you activate heat mode, you can use those moves freely without damaging yourself, and even do extra healing, giving her an extremely powerful toolset with no drawbacks for a limited time. I felt like I was barely getting a handle on what June could do in this first weekend, but I'm excited to explore more of her kit during the next test period. Both characters gave me a lot of confidence that the heat system is ultimately going to end up being a great change for Tekken 8. Finding new ways to activate my heat, using the buffs it provides before it runs out, and then finishing it up with the Heat Smash, all made me excited to jump back into training mode as soon as I was able. Unfortunately, what had me less excited across the board was the online performance. While about half of my matches were great, and this is very specifically a network test, some of the connections were downright rough, especially against Wi-Fi warriors, with rollback artifacts and hitching both present. It's hard enough to judge spacing when someone has a handle on Tekken's complex movement, but when they suddenly appeared to teleport, it made me feel like I was taking a counter hit to the face in real life. You can change the rollback settings to prioritize graphics or prioritize response. I chose response, but it's really just a pick your poison selection, as you'll be dealing with more delay as a trade-off for less hitching. There was also an issue with stage transitions where they would hitch almost without fail. I'm not sure if this was a network issue or a performance issue, but it was very distracting nonetheless. Thankfully, the connection screen gives a Wi-Fi indicator so you can avoid those players altogether if you wish, and as with all fighting games, I would strongly recommend plugging in an Ethernet cable, but that won't stop all of the online issues, as matchmaking was also a bit spotty. Long stretches of time would go by where matches would fail to connect repeatedly, or not match me with anyone at all. Game director Katsuhiro Harada tweeted over the weekend that this was a known bug, and again, I must stress that this is a network test, and is designed to work out kinks they find with online play. So hopefully this will be remedied in the final release. But I can only relay my experience, which was not always optimal. After a few days of learning a few things, getting the ever-loving tar beat out of me, and then managing to squeak out some wins, I'm even more excited for Tekken 8's final release. Hopefully they can iron out the network issues, and if they do, I'm confident that we'll have a great new combatant for the King of Iron Fist tournament. Thanks for watching, and while you're here, make sure to check out our coverage of Tekken 8 from the floor of San Diego Comic-Con. And for everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
You win. Round one. Fight. Round one. Fight.
Humanity has always hunted for knowledge in the unknown. The wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. Another great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever. This is where we belong.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation. It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look. You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
It says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with unique advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you rank those skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find, to crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all. You can even build your own spaceships. You can choose crew members. And yes, you can completely customize the look and layout. There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
connection between two worlds. About a century ago, humans were defeated by the Vulgus, invaders from the other world. Then came the Colossi, who destroyed everything. Humans resisted until they could no longer. Then they found hope. They were gifted the forgotten ancestors' power. Finally, they could fight with newfound strength. But another threat had emerged. Karel, the new leader of the Vulgus. His dark ambitions are driving both worlds to the brink of collapse. We must fight back. With the ancestors' power bestowed upon us. Descendant, can you hear me? I've been waiting for you.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 1을 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리투 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 1, 2회 생존을 위해 침략자들에 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀 플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 물을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래플링 훅은 조작에 따른 회전과 이동 시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
New free-to-play looter shooter, The First Descendant faces heavy competition. Between Destiny 2 and Warframe receiving regular expansions, alongside a steady stream of smaller games, making yourself seen in this crowded genre isn't easy. Unfortunately, if the First Descendants' upcoming beta test is anything to go by, it doesn't feel like this will be the next big one to break through. Testing out solo play and 4-player co-op, what's here is enjoyable enough, but it isn't that compelling. The First Descendants story wouldn't feel out of place in a classic sci-fi novel. It's that old tale of humanity fending off alien invaders once again. Here you can choose one of 10 playable descendants, each bringing unique skills to repel the Vulgus. You're initially limited to choosing between 3, unlocking the rest later through a research institute. With differing stats and combat skills, differences aren't just skin deep. Be aware that you can't customize a descendant's appearance. Nexon Games says you can decorate them, a feature unavailable during this beta. Soon after choosing a character, you'll arrive in Albion, the First Descendants' pretty hub world. Here you can upgrade your weapons, take on quests, and more. Heading towards the Kingston region for several field missions, objectives range from defending set objects to investigating broken detectors. Boss fights are separately contained within Void Intercept battles, accessed from terminals across Albion and an NPC, Seneca. These fearsome foes have specific weak points to target and generally require a team. However, the missions I played simply didn't feel that exciting, even when playing with friends. Despite the differing goals, you're always taking down waves of enemies with generic designs at most steps, which soon becomes tedious. One objective involves taking down continuous waves of enemies to power down a target's shields, and I had to repeat this several times. When playing co-op, starting a mission didn't activate for the whole party, which caused some initial confusion. Each member must individually join or shoot an enemy in a teammate's existing mission. Not the biggest problem, sure, but hardly the most intuitive method. Considering this is an early beta, I'm hoping that'll change before the full release. Even with these problems, the First Descendants' combat still feels entertaining, thanks to each Descendant's varied playstyles. Everyone has 4 active skills in battle, ranging from defensive moves like Ajax's reverse door shield to offensive options like VS's ice beam. Everyone's packing something different, encouraging you to explore and unlock the other characters. You can also equip 3 guns at once, flicking through them with your mouse's scroll wheel. If you aren't happy, defeating more formidable Vulgus usually provides a better gun. You can boost existing weapons through runes too. Those offer additional benefits like electrocution immunity, increased running speed, HP recovery when killing an enemy, and more. Runes are blanket applied into categories based on your gun type, so as an example, torrent runes can only apply to machine guns and tactical rifles. There's a set capacity for what you can equip for each category, and more powerful runes cost more. It's much more effective than using runes on individual weapons, saving considerable time when you'll likely be juggling through plenty of them. You can improve your capacity and the runes directly through Albion's Rune Master, and being able to choose your melee attack through Descendant runes was similarly appreciated. It's a nice touch to combat that provides suitably varied battle perks to fit different playstyles, and there are some solid customization options here. Once you've finished battles and missions, you can visit a separate event terminal in Albion, rewarding you with new weapons or runes. You'll gradually increase your mastery rank by defeating monsters, which helps you unlock benefits like additional rune slots. There's potential in the First Descendants' customization and progression system, but this doesn't mean much if the field missions aren't that interesting. Right now, it feels like your average looter shooter with fancier visuals. While there is every chance things could improve come full release, I'm not entirely convinced. If you're curious to try it, you can jump into the open beta next week on Steam. Otherwise, the First Descendant launches on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation next year. For more on all of your favorite video games, keep it locked right here on IGN.
We always ask questions.
What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? If you feel confused, just reload your gun.
Welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 pre-show, coming to you from my couch. I brought in the cat bed back there. He's not going to show up. I'm Kyle Bossman. I'm your host for this pre-show, and I realize a confusing thing about this is that the Opening Night Live pre-show is not live. This is pre-recorded. If you don't believe me, watch this. All right, we shot this days ago. The purpose of this pre-show is just to provide you with bonus trailers, interviews, general tomfoolery to pass these remaining minutes that lead up to the big show, Opening Night Live. So, cannot think of a better way to kick this thing off than with a brand new trailer for Streets of Rogue 2.
Welcome to the City of Dreams. Where anyone can get a fresh start. Where a corrupt president enjoys a bit too much power. Well, sometimes you just have to go rogue. But remember, there can only be one president. Welcome to the streets where anything is possible. Streets of Rogue 2 is an immersive open-world sandbox dialed up to 11. Be who you want. Write your own story. And you can do all of it with friends. Streets of Rogue 2 is coming to Steam in 2024. Add the game to your wish list.
Great to see you back. Now, for this next part of the pre-show, I was hoping to talk to you all about something incredibly boring. Psych. Here's some more trailers.
Take me forward, no matter the danger. Passenger is lost, so is this world.
I wanted to give our people one last hope. A champion to defeat this calamity. I am sorry to push that fate upon you, Lisvanger.
This place is beautiful.
Hello, sister.
Kel, is that you?
This is not quite how I imagined our reunion, Nima. You should not have come here. There are dark forces at work in these forsaken lands.
Let me help you, brother.
Leave now, for I still care about you.
Kel, brother, listen to me.
Enough!
Now, I realize even this far into this show that you might think I'm just some guy who hijacked the broadcast, and I don't blame you. So to prove that this is all legitimate, here is the host of Gamescom Opening Night Live himself, Jeff Keighley.
Hello, Kyle.
Jeff, we're now minutes away from the Opening Night Live beginning. What sort of huge announcements should we all be expecting to see?
I think you can expect to see a lot of great games on stage. This is not a show driven by huge, shocking, surprise, one more thing announcements. When you really think of the history of ONL, we've always had kind of meteor looks at games that are announced in the show, and that's sort of continuing that tradition this year. There will be a few cool announcements throughout the show, but generally we're showing like a lot of really big games because this has been an amazing year for games, and the next 2 or 3 months is especially going to be insane with so many releases. So you will see new stuff on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Alan Wake, so many other big games that are coming out later this year. But yeah, primarily focuses, as Nintendo likes to say, primarily focused on, you know, announced games coming in Q4 or 3 or 4 or something like that. So yeah, I definitely would set your expectations that we are not going to shock and awe you with surprise announcements today.
When you say meteor, though, that to me implies more than just a trailer.
The good news is when you're not just announcing games, you can also showcase, you know, gameplay. And that's the constant battle always happens where people want some CG teaser for a game coming in 5 years. But then they also want to see real gameplay and real games. And like, you're going to see 10 minutes of Modern Warfare 3 tonight. You're going to see, you know, gameplay on a bunch of other games, and like real in-game footage because these games are close to release and almost finished. So that's kind of the advantage that I think we can go a little bit deeper on some games today.
So actually, it's one of those things I miss about E3 was when they would just have like a long stage demo. Just like, here's the game, we're playing it right now.
Yes, and that's what, like, those old Call of Duty demos at E3 were always great, and we, you know, we can't do that stuff at Game Awards to do, you know, super long gameplay demos. And here, we definitely can show some raw footage. We have lots of trailers too, but yeah, I think hopefully people will see an in-depth look at some games that they're looking forward to. 20, 30 games will all be there. It's a big show and lots of gameplay to see.
Have a great time at the big show.
Thanks, Kyle. Your show's a big deal, too. We love having you host the pre-show, and I'm excited to be on stage for Open Night Live in just a couple minutes.
Holy moly. That was a good interview. Let's all take a minute to cool off now with another brand new trailer. Thank you, Endzone 2. I've always said this. Any video game trailer with a bus in it is going to be good. You can't prove me wrong on that. And if you are just joining us, welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, where we're just hanging out on my couch, watching some cool trailers and pre-taped interviews with Jeff Keighley. And we're not even halfway through all of the trailers I have to show you, so let's check out a couple more.
look like a fucking tour guide?
I see you're settling in to our wondrous Azoria. Working the land, equipped with kindness and creativity. You found a cozy place in this community. With companions by your side. Who knows what you'll accomplish? Add a drop or two of magic. And set off for adventure. Will you reveal the heart of our magical island? Pre-order now.
I'm so sorry. Those two trailers kind of blurred together for me. Which was the one where you killed that guy and then stuck up your middle finger at him? It was Bulletstorm VR. Got it. Thank you. So this is my third time hosting the Gamescom opening night live pre-show. And already we've developed a couple of traditions. One, general awkwardness. And then two, the top 10 reasons to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023. Number 10, there's just something nice about seeing a futuristic, shiny, reflective black stage with absolutely no streaks on it. Number 9, Assassin's Creed Mirage. Number 8, the big games you already know will be good. And then the number 7 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live is the weird games you never heard of before. I like those weird trailers. Those to me tend to be slightly more interesting than the sure things. Number 6, Sonic news. Jeff Keighley is showing up to Gamescom Opening Night Live with Sonic news. News about Sonic the Hedgehog. And let me tell you, there's no way it's bad. Whatever it is, it's not going to be bad news. This would probably be number 1 for me, but I'm trying to be objective with this list. Number 5, the raw thrill of a developer saying we can't wait to share more. Number 4, Alan Wake 2. This game's coming out in October and they haven't shown too much yet. I expect they're going to show something kind of big tonight. Number 3 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023. It's free. Number 2, Tekken 8 and Mortal Kombat 1. Officially speaking, I cannot rank one of those games higher than the other one. So if I have to put them in the same box, that's a powerful box. And the number 1 reason to look forward to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 is that hands down, this is going to be the best Tuesday night of the summer. And please don't be like, nah, not true. I went surfing on a Tuesday. We don't care. We're talking about all of us combined. Collectively, this will obviously be the best Tuesday night of the summer. Because they know how to party on a Tuesday in Cologne, trust me. And do you know what else sounds like a party? The 7th Guest VR. So let's watch a trailer for that.
Old Man Stauff built a house and filled it with his toys. 6 guests came one night. Their screams the only noise.
And what about the rumors?
Eleanor, they're just that. They're rumors.
Stauff has spent his fortune wisely. Never mind the smell.
Bit dreary in here, don't you think? Burden. Maybe you've seen me on Broadway.
Regrettably not.
Oh, I'm bored. I'm going to the kitchen.
Wait! We shouldn't go walking alone.
This is a game, nothing more. One of us is going to win that prize money. I say, every man for himself.
Nothing but queens.
Apparently, there's more to this than I thought.
No one came out that night. Not one was ever seen. But Old Man Stauff is waiting there. Crazy, sick, and mean.
So one of my responsibilities as a pre-show host is to pop up in between scary games. If you have two scary games back to back, there's a big chance the audience could become unnerved and uncomfortable. So I'm here now to give you a chance to catch your breath, provide a nice comforting voice with a nice comforting face. And now you are appropriately comforted. Next, a scary game.
Just do what I say, Roman.
My favorite part of that whole thing is when he's in that dank bathroom and he shines his light into one of those toilet stalls. And like the girl from The Ring is standing there and the guy doesn't move a muscle. He just straight up does not react. That's like my ideal video game hero. What a guy. Anyway, as you could probably tell, I'm not German. So our producers thought it would be a good idea for me to educate myself properly on some Gamescom culture from an actual expert. From IGN Germany, here is Anne Wernicke.
Thanks for having me.
Anne, I'm so glad you're here. I have so many questions for you. What is the best way for people all around the world to keep up with what's happening with ONL and Gamescom?
There's an official Gamescom live stream, and it programs in English and German. It's done by IGN, so that's the way to not miss out on the stuff that's happening. If you're in Cologne, though, and can attend Gamescom, you just go on Saturday and Sunday to Gamescom Festival. There's stages there with musicians playing. There's food trucks. There's like human social games where you have to be like in a soccer table thing. It's fun stuff. You should try it out. It's completely for free. So
hold on, what is it? What is a human social game?
You know soccer table? You play
We're
soccer
talking about
tables,
foosball.
right? Foosball.
Yeah, we call it foosball. Yeah.
But in this case, you get stuffed into it. So you are like one of the soccer people in that table. You can't move. You just stand there, go left and right, and play soccer like that.
What does Gamescom mean to you personally?
So 13 years ago, I actually started my career in the industry at Gamescom as a trainee. I just got thrown in, and I was overwhelmed by everything, you know. And to this day, it's just awesome to be reminded of that, to go there and see all these people, and I can still talk to the devs I admire there. So to me, it's kind of a happy place.
I have one last important question for you.
Sure.
How do you say world premiere in German?
It's actually Weltpremiere. Pretty similar, right?
I think I could do that.
Yeah, do it.
Weltpremiere.
Yeah, but that's good. Congrats.
And thank you so much for helping me out today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Kyle.
Have fun at Gamescom.
Thank you.
All right, cool. Now I too am an expert. Please enjoy eine Weltpremiere.
I do not recognize these markings. They are old. Perhaps this is one of the great cities of the Age of Myth.
This is no temple of Sigmar.
Sigma! No relent! No mercy!
We must fight on! The banner cannot fall! Warriors of Sigma, stand with me!
Obtaining this power may end up being the reason we were sent here in the first place. If we can claim it, we can cleanse the Oryx and save our cannabis.
What's ours stays ours. Nothing gonna stop us now.
We do not fear death. Fight on! The dead must rise.
Delivered truck. Going to cover pack. Roger that.
By 2035, we have fallen here. No retreat.
Recon arrow out.
Using smoke screen.
Powering up. Let's do this!
Soldiers, you're depleting their numbers. Try to finish them off.
Hold the line. Here comes the last push.
Shots for you!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2023 pre-show, where the minutes are just flying by. ONL is about to begin with Alan Wake 2, Tekken 8, Sonic news, and things I was not permitted to talk about in the pre-show. So, this bad boy, this is about to wrap up. I have one last trailer for you. Here is Homeworld 3.
My name is Imogen Sajet. My entire life has been study, analysis, planning. Today, the galaxy is burning.
Fleet-wide comms open. Attention all personnel. You've each just received a mission briefing. Nothing is redacted, because I want you to know what is at stake. We have been tasked with finishing Karen Sajet and the 5th Fleet's mission. Discover the source of the anomaly and the hyperspace attacks, and stop it once and for all. I know we were expecting a simple shakedown cruise.
Proximity alert. Control enemy strike craft force.
Many of you are feeling overwhelmed,
We've got incoming.
doubting yourselves.
Cover. They're all over me.
I have no doubt. We will succeed. Whatever it takes to complete the mission.
Enemy strike craft coming in fast.
My name is Imogen Sajet. Now, I must be more than a scientist. I am Fleet Command.
And that is it. That's all I have for you here in the pre-show, which of course means that Gamescom Opening Night Live is now mere seconds away from starting.
Here we go.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me here on my incredibly cozy
opening
couch.
day.
Enjoy the show.
Opening day. They said opening night. Like, it's not even nighttime, bro. I mean, in some places it might be nighttime. Opening night live. Let's get it. Let's see what we got.
Please welcome your host.
Oh, they got a
creator
whole
of the Game Awards,
Jeff Keighley.
Keighley.
Jeff the GOAT Keighley. There you go. Mama, there goes that man. Let's go. Mr. Keighley.
Hello, Germany,
That
and
man
hello,
rich.
everyone
What's his net
watching
worth?
live around the world. I am Jeff Keighley, and welcome to the world's biggest in-person video game event, Gamescom 2023.
Shitting on E3. What did you talk about?
Now, this right here is kind of like the opening ceremonies for Gamescom. It's a preview of this year's most anticipated games. We call it Opening Night Live. And over the next 2 hours, you'll get exclusive new looks at titles like Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Mortal Kombat 1.
That's Lord.
But first, we're going to kick things off with the first new franchise in more than 2 decades from a legendary game studio. And to help us step into the vast world of Starfield, please join me in welcoming the composer of the game, Inan Zur, for a very special performance. Maestro.
Hit it. We got the digital rolling. That got to be a digital because it's too small to be electric. You hitting them notes. Product placement is crazy. Rolling by to get paid. Live action Starfield trailer. Early access begins September 1st. Okay, so if you pre-order, you get to play it 5 days
Starfield
early.
is ever so close. And Inan, thank you so much for that spectacular performance. Really appreciate you coming all the way for this.
Man, pulled up, got paid a bag to play the piano.
It's true. In just over a week, fans will start to play Starfield in early access on Xbox and PC. Well, I've been lucky enough to start playing it. Don't be jealous. I'm not allowed to say
okay,
anything
Jeff Keighley.
about it. Yes, exactly. All right. Well, guys. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Really disappointed. They're disappointed.
How does somebody get
That's
through
so
like that?
disappointing. This is such a special night for so many developers, and it's really disappointing to see someone act that way. But we're going to move right on with the show. We've got a lot of great games to show you. Really, it's just so sad to me to see something like that happen. Tonight we're here to celebrate games in this community and how much they mean to us. So, without further ado, I want to move right on with the show.
He handled that
We've got a lot to show you, and the good news, Gamescom, is we have someone very special here who can be here to talk about Starfield. Please join me in welcoming to Opening Night Live in Gamescom for the first time ever, one of our industry's greatest creators, the director and executive producer of Bethesda Game Studios. That's right, Todd Howard, everybody.
Okay. They've got him outside. They got the big dog outside. They got the big dog outside. Okay, okay.
Todd, thank you so much for coming all this way to Gamescom. We have a lot to talk about with Starfield, but first of all, is this true? This is your first ever time at Gamescom?
This is my first Gamescom, and you were right. You said how great the crowd is here, and it and just all the fans that come here for the biggest convention in gaming to celebrate games. And I figured, it is our first new franchise in over 25 years. So if I was going to come, it's for Starfield.
Well, we all welcome you to Gamescom in Germany, and we're all very excited to step into this new world, Starfield, and the next week, early access. Set up for people, why did you want to make this game, Starfield? Why did you want to create a new world?
Yeah,
I think like a lot of gamers out there, we have dreamt of a game where we look to the skies and we can blast off into space and explore. We love to make games where we can explore these worlds. We've done like with the Elder Scrolls and the Fallout series, but we wanted to do something brand new where you could explore with complete freedom in the galaxy. It's a game we've always wanted to play that we think a lot of people wanted to play as well. It's kind of that dream game.
Yeah, I wish I could talk about it, but it's quite an experience, and I know everyone here is very excited to jump in soon. You did bring some stuff to Gamescom to show to fans. I know there's a theater. Tell us, I know you've been sharing a little bit about the game, but I know there's a lot you want people to discover when they play it. What did you bring here to Gamescom?
Yeah, it's really cool. We've built a 300-person seat theater where we're actually showing the beginning of the game, and you start out as a miner, and you touch this artifact that affects you in some way, where you see a bit into space-time, and then you get to create your own character. Our games are about creating and being whoever you want, and then you're off on adventure.
Yes, let's talk a little bit about this adventure. I know, people have been wondering kind of what the main quest line is going to be after you create your character, which is something that I know. I saw even someone on the internet this week created you, I think. Did you see that? Someone tweeted a picture. They somehow figured
I see a lot of things on the internet. I don't know. I'm not sure that's real.
Well, the thing is, I think you could literally create whoever you want and then enroll yourself into this adventure. And tell us about sort of how the adventure starts. What can we expect?
Well, you jump off. You're joining Constellation, which are the last kind of group of space explorers, like NASA meets Indiana Jones searching for these artifacts. But the story goes a lot of places. The game has a lot of surprises that we haven't talked about. I don't want to spoil them here, but really, really happy with how the story turned out and where it goes.
Yeah, it's such an epic experience, and you and your team have done so much for this industry, and the fact that you guys have worked through COVID, building this and coming on the other end, we're so excited for everyone to get a chance to play it. So thank you for all you've done for our industry, Todd. Everyone, Todd Howard.
Thank you. Can't wait for you to play the game.
Thanks so much, Todd. Really appreciate it. All right, well, tonight is largely focused on announced games, but we do have a few surprises along the way. And next, it's time for the global reveal of the third installment in a franchise that is very familiar to Gamescom fans.
Baldur's Gate.
Here we go.
The third installment. Namco, man, that Namco. Supermassive games. We know Supermassive. Oh, Little Nightmares. The Little Nightmares. I gotta play this game, yo. These games look so cool. This is Little Nightmares 3. Yeah, this is definitely Little Nightmares 3. Terrifying game.
That's right, Little Nightmares 3.
That's
and
tough.
Joining me now are Corley and Lucas from Bandai Namco to tell us more. Lucas, thank you so much. It's great to have you back here at Gamescom to announce another Little Nightmares.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, it's really great to be back. We're very excited to announce Little Nightmares 3 tonight. The franchise has a long history with the show. I mean, that's where we announced the first two games. So for us, it was definitely the best place, best show to reveal Little Nightmares 3 to the world.
Well, we appreciate you bringing us this news. It looks incredible.
It looks dope.
Corley, I see we saw two characters in that reveal trailer. Can you tell us a bit more about them?
Yeah, sure. Hi,
Multiplayer.
Jeff. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here to present you Little Nightmares 3. So yeah, as you have seen, we have two characters, but now you have two players as well, so you will be able to play both in single player or online co-op if you want, and face your childhood fears with a friend.
Now, I saw a lot of cool new places in the trailer. Can you tell us a bit about sort of the setting for these two characters?
Yeah, so our two new characters are Low and Alone. They are trapped in a place that we call the Spiral. It's a cluster of disturbing places, and they will have to work together, survive in a world full of dangerous threats and full of delusions. And they will also have to find a way out of the nowhere. So yeah, I can't wait to have you put your hands on the game in 2024.
Excellent. We don't have to wait too long. 2024. Lucas, I know that's not all because you're kind of expanding the Little Nightmares world with something more. Tell us a bit about that tonight.
Yes, we have one more surprise. So in addition to revealing Little Nightmares 3, I'm very excited to announce our first podcast series. It is called The Sounds of Nightmares, and it's an original story. It's composed of 6 episodes, and we are releasing the first 2 episodes tonight. So you can go on our website, thesoundsofnightmares.com, to check it out, and we hope that our fans are going to enjoy it.
Awesome. All right, well, we're very excited to learn more. Thank you, Lucas and Corley.
Thank you, Jeff.
Little Nightmares 3. Next, it is rare when a new studio reveals footage that takes over the internet. That happened back in 2020 with the reveal of Black Myth Wukong from Game Science in China.
We just did a stream on that last night.
On the classic
that stream
16th
went
century Chinese novel, Journey to the
bro.
West. Here is a brand new look at the gameplay of this incredible action RPG.
Hell yeah. Uh-huh. My son got no head on his body. singing. He's patient. Those playing this game, patient as fuck. You saw this boss in the demo that we reacted to yesterday. Uh-oh. That does not look good. Oh! Why is he still alive rather than doing this? Bruh. Now that looks crazy. Shout out to Gamescom for having the clear footage, bro. This footage is beautiful. Killing Floor 3. Series I've never heard of. Killing Floor 3. But I will wishlist that on Steam. Yes, I will. Wishlist that on Steam right now. Progressively more expensive, I see.
Welcome to the Horzine Biotech Underwater Research Facility. Innovation in the deep. Oh.
It's not even on the story yet. Killing Floor 3. I saved 1 and 2 though. Age of Empires 4. I know somebody that might be into that. They made 4 games, so people got to be playing them.
What a great surprise. Age of Empires 4 Anniversary Edition, an award-winning game on PC, is now available on Xbox consoles today. That's right. All right, next up, we have something extremely special for you. We have one of the most iconic filmmakers of all time in the house, the director behind the legendary films such as 300, Man of Steel, and Army of the Dead. He's come all the way to Gamescom to talk about his new film, Rebel Moon, which is on Netflix December 22nd. Gamescom, please give a warm welcome to the one and only Zack Snyder.
Mama, there goes that man.
Too much. Oh, yeah. Zach, I know you had to come a bit of a ways to get here to Germany. Thanks for coming to Gamescom.
Thanks for having me out, Jeff, and thanks, Gamescom. How you guys doing? This is awesome. Wow, what a great crowd. It's insane.
Now, great to have you here. I know you've been a gamer for your whole life.
Yeah, I've been a gamer, and I love the idea of coming to Gamescom. Was like, that blew my mind, and so we were like, yeah, let's go check them out. And I thought I'd come over here, and this would be a great opportunity to talk about my new project, Rebel Moon.
Okay.
Maybe show you guys something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe the world premiere of the trailer, which is coming up in just a second.
Moon.
Yeah, just moments away.
Okay,
December 22nd. Okay, that's soon.
Let's kind of roll it back, though, because I want to talk about this IP, Rebel Moon, and it's really a whole universe that you've created.
Very
We're going to
soon.
get into that in a minute. But what was the original inspiration for creating this new world?
I was always a fan of, team building movies, Dirty Dozen, Magnificent Seven. And also I was a huge fan of this adult illustrated fantasy magazine called Heavy Metal. Everything in there just blew my mind. And I really loved like how intense it was and how crazy it was and the worlds that it introduced me to. And so I thought, this is a chance. And my awesome partners at Netflix were like, go do it. And so I got a chance to make this movie.
And you've got quite the cast in it. I know Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, Hopkins plays this amazing robot. And it's an insane ensemble. And of course, Sofia Boutella is really the heart of the movie. And you'll see her just kicking ass through the entire film, so it's fun.
And what I love about, you'll see it in just seconds, but there's even more than just the films, and part of the reason we wanted to have you here at Gamescom is I know you're kind of expanding on the films with a whole universe of things that are gonna be, narratively linked to what you're doing with the movies. Tell us a bit about what's in store.
Yeah, we're also super excited to reveal that we're making a video game for Rebel Moon, and the game we're developing with Super Evil Megacorp, and it'll expand the Rebel Moon universe. It takes place right after the events of the two movies, and it really is I've been talking with those guys and really interacting with them. The ideas they have and the way the game's going to expand the universe is just unbelievable, and I'm super excited about it. You'll be able to pick your rebel and then go on missions, and it's like one and two players in a co-op, and it's crazy. But we're just starting to talk about a bunch of other crazy ideas inside the game, so it's really fun, and that's coming. So keep your eye out for more.
All right, well, we love it. The films, the game, and more. But let's roll it back to the movie, because we are going to get a first look now at this incredible film, part 1 and part 2, right?
Yep. So this little trailer we put together, a little tease of the universe. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I can't wait for you to check it out right now.
Let's check it out. The world premiere of the trailer for Rebel Moon. Zack Snyder, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
The Snyder.
That looks insane. I cannot wait to play that game. All right, well, now we're going to move on to something that is very long awaited, because sometimes good things do come to those who wait. It's been a number of years since we last heard an update on Crimson Desert, the new open world action adventure from Pearl Abyss in
That game
South
didn't
Korea.
come out yet?
Well, that
Damn.
changes tonight, because the team has prepared a very special gameplay update trailer to share with the world first here at Gamescom. Enjoy.
Yo, Jeff Keighley be getting to the bag. He be at all the big game conferences. Check the network. His network 5 mil. He chilling. He's sitting on 5 mil. This game look crispy. Hold on. This game look kind of fire. Just like the graphical detail alone. Usually you don't see that with these kind of games. Usually they turn down the graphical fidelity in order for smooth performance. That's fine. You can just jump all in there. Oh, that's fine. Nah. This game was on timing. You can run all up in their set like that. Like, that's crazy. Is that a golden dragon? This game looks crazy, bro. Crimson Desert, wow. Get all the latest news.
Hey, what's up, Gamescom? It's Ice-T.
Hey.
I hooked up with my favorite game in the world, Payday, and I have my own special heist mission in Payday 3. And you know, I know a lot about heists in real life, all right? It launches September 21st. Here's a world premiere first look.
Okay, so here's the deal. The components are kept in high-security cooling containers somewhere in the storage yard. The clock starts ticking as soon as the components are out in the open. So you need to haul ass to get them to the transport. Take too long, and they'll start to degrade and lose value. Now, do what you need to do to get ready. I'll see you on the other side.
September 21st. I might be on that with the cuzzo. If y'all remember my cousin Tron, he got his own channel now called 3 Bandits. Y'all go subscribe to that.
لا أذكر مقدارها.
This Mirage.
كنت أعرف دائما أنني سأعود يوما ما.
لقد عاد للتو من الجرح. كنا في المتجر وليدا.
قضيت الكثير من طفولتي في هذه الشوارع. طالما كنت أستمتع بهذا المكان. كنا نتسلل إلى بيت الحكمة في صغرنا أنا وصديقتي نهال. ذكريات جميلة صارت كريهة الآن. قلبي يتألم لما حدث لهم. مستتر يتهيأ لإعادة النور إلى أحلك أركان المدينة. إني أبعد نصلي عن الأبرياء وليس عن تنظيم القدماء.
This is Mirage, I believe, right? Assassin's Creed Mirage.
لننهي هذا الأمر.
Yeah, okay, October 5th. Damn, a lot of games coming out the end of this year. A whole lot of games.
There you have it, Assassin's Creed Mirage, which marks a return to the Middle East for the series, offering an immersive and authentic experience featuring full Arabic voice acting, as you saw in that trailer. You can be transported to 9th century Baghdad when the game launches on October 5th. Big month in October for game releases.
Hell yeah.
Now I would like to introduce you to our co-host tonight for ONL. Please welcome Jasmine. Hello, Jasmine.
What's up, Jasmine? Hey.
Thank you, Jeff.
How's it going?
Thanks for having me.
How you doing?
And hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be with all the fans here at Gamescom this year. And I have the honor to be your guide for tonight for all those great things happening right here at Gamescom. And if you can't join us in Cologne this year, don't worry. You never have to miss any of the events this week. Just go to Gamescom now to discover what the world's gaming industry has in store for you. And if you're ready to vote for your favorite games, then visit now.gamescom.global and cast your vote for this year's Gamescom Awards. The awards will be celebrated this Friday at 3 p.m. If you want to join the adventure and win pretty cool prizes in this year's Gamescom Epics, then go to the Epics section of Gamescom Now to play the text adventure of the show. You can also enjoy all-day coverage and tune in to Gamescom Studios broadcasts by IGN on Twitch or YouTube. Just join the conversation by using the hashtag Gamescom 2023 online. Plus, there will be more announcements from the largest indie area in the world in the Gamescom Awesome Indie Studios show tomorrow at 8 p.m. And later this week, tune in to the Gamescom Studios broadcast and check out the Gamescom Cosplay Awards live from Cologne, Germany on Sunday at 3 p.m. I highly recommended this section. So check out Gamescom Now for all those fantastic features. Thank you so much, and back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jasmine. Well, now I'm joined by the one and only Harada-san, the creator of Tekken, and Michael, the producer of Tekken.
Drop a demo.
You guys have come all this way from Japan to deliver something special to Gamescom. What do we got, Harada?
そうですね、普段最近はずっとバトルシステムの話ばっかりしてるので、今日は皆さんのために、全く新しいモードの情報を持ってきました。
So up until now, we've been mostly showing off the battle mechanics and new gameplay, but today we have an all-new mode to show you today.
はい、ですね、鉄拳はもちろん今回も、三島サーガを描いた、鉄拳のキャラクターの壮大なストーリーモードはあるんですけども、それ以外にですね、もう特に欧米では、失われてしまったアーケード体験の、ストーリーが体験できる、プレイヤー中心のですね、ストーリーモードっていうのを、最新の AI ラーニングシステムを使って、すごい臨場感のある、ベテランからニューカマーまで楽しめるような、そういう新しいモードをちょっと今日はお見せしたいなと思います。
Of course, Tekken 8 will have the story mode covering the Mishima storyline and the arc that the players expect up until now. But this brand new mode is kind of the story that focuses on you as a player, and it covers the arcade scene, which is a classical atmosphere that people our generation actually got to experience firsthand, but maybe some of the newer gamers out there haven't. So this will cover that. As you progress through that storyline, You'll experience some all-new gameplay that actually has some AI kind of infused learning aspects to it. And it's really exciting, and we hope that you'll enjoy it.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at the brand new trailer for Tekken 8. Thanks, guys.
Let's get it. Brand new Tekken 8 trailer. Let's get it. Gamescom. Fist meets fate.
Going somewhere?
Yes. 32 fighters off the rip. I like that. It's a hefty roster. Tekken always had hefty rosters. Got to mix of old and new.
Let's go.
Hey, my son back.
Willst du im Sparring gegen mich antreten?
Hey, my son Yoshimitsu's back. Let's go. I was wondering if they put him in the game. A single player mode? Oh, they doing like Street Fighter with the battle hub. You get a little avatar. Okay. You get a little chibi avatar. I wonder who came up with the idea first.
What's done is done.
Oh, my son Libra was drippy.
Forgive me.
My favorite new character.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, so we got a single player mode there. Okay. That's looking fine. I can't wait to try that out. I wonder if do they have avatar battles or do you just sit at the cabinet and fight? So January 26th. Okay, it's coming as soon as the year starts. Okay. You don't have to wait long. I thought it was going to be Q2.
There you have it, Tekken 8 coming in January 2024. All right, I'm now joined by Shelby Carlton and Dave Swenson from Sledgehammer because on November 10th, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 arrives, and today you guys are going to be the first audience in the world to see some raw, real gameplay from the campaign. Dave, Shelby, welcome to Gamescom. What can you tell us about Modern Warfare 3, Dave?
Well, first of all, Jeff, it is awesome to be here. Modern Warfare 3 this year is the complete package. We're shipping 16 multiplayer maps, all from the original Modern Warfare 2. These maps have been modernized with new gameplay and features. We also have open world zombies. This is our largest zombies, yeah.
Open world zombies, okay.
This is our largest zombies offering ever, and for the first time, it's set in the Modern Warfare universe. And of course, this year we are bringing a huge innovation to the Call of Duty campaign.
Yes, let's talk a bit about the campaign, Shelby. Makarov, I know, is going to factor into this. See him over there. Tell us a bit about what is the storyline? What can we expect from the campaign?
Yeah, so for the first time for Call of Duty this year, we're doing a direct sequel. You know, Modern Warfare 2, they asked a lot of interesting questions in their story, and Sledgehammer Games is so excited to work with Infinity Ward on the campaign to answer some of those questions and to bring you Modern Warfare 3. And one of those answers, he's standing right behind you. Yeah. He is Makarov. He is our infamous antagonist. He is cold, he is calculated, and he is trying to bring the world to the brink of war, but not if Task Force 141 has anything to say about it. So we are just so excited to get this campaign into the players' hands.
All right, well, we are going to see a playthrough of the campaign level, but first,
for the same game we sold you 10
You're
years ago.
doing open combat missions. What are
That's what she really meant.
So Call of Duty is known for
the same
epic
game
cinematic stories, as Shelby talked about.
And we're still going to buy it.
And this year in Modern Warfare 3, we're introducing a new innovation to the Call of Duty campaign that's going to allow players to interact with that story like never before. We call them open combat missions. Open combat missions are player-directed. They allow the audience to play the game the way they want to play it. So if you're like me and you like stealth, you can go in quiet, you can equip, suppress weapons, complete all the objectives without the enemies ever knowing you were there. But if you want to go in loud, you can strap on armor plates, you can go in, hit the enemy head on, and open combat missions will support it. You can leverage vehicles, you can leverage tacticals, lethals, you can even use your favorite kill streaks in campaign. Now, open combat missions are really important to our campaign story, and they're going to work seamlessly with those epic cinematic missions that Call of Duty fans know and love. And tonight, we want to show you an exclusive first look at one of these epic cinematic missions.
Okay, set it up for us, Shelby. What are we going to see?
Okay, open world missions.
Start of the game almost, right?
In Modern Warfare 3.
This is a sneak peek
Let's take a look.
The very first level of Modern Warfare 3. This is called Operation 627.
All right, check it out. Here you
Shit
go.
now.
Call of Duty at Gamescom first. Thanks, guys.
Exclusive Gamescom footage. It's the first mission. First mission of Modern Warfare 3, the remake. They're gonna keep remaking the same games that they made 10 years ago, and we're gonna keep buying them. We're gonna keep buying them. So what's the sense of complaining? You know?
Alpha team clear. Heading to surface.
Nah, 58 views is crazy, yo. These lives been going nuts lately. Oh my God.
Target, phase 1 complete. Charlie copies, we're set. Roger that, moving to phase 2. Patrol boat 2 o'clock. Get under.
Here we go. Operation 626.
Stay tight. Roger, no movement.
October 2023, October 13. You know what? Part of me don't blame them for keep remaking these games. You know why? Because when they try something new, when they try Advanced Warfare, when they try Infinite Warfare, shit was a dud. Nobody liked it. So
let's get up top.
They figure, all right, let's go back and give them what they want.
All teams, Alpha's in. How copy? Solid, relay wing clear. Moving to Mark DZ. Stand by.
Nods on. Airstribs on.
Y'all about to say you need to put your MVGs on.
Hold.
You got your beacons to let you know that it's let you know where your teammates are.
3-1, kill the leg. Alpha to Bravo 1, marking with IR, confirm visuals. Visuals, Bravo inbound.
So you mean tell me nobody saw that? Nobody saw 4 niggas flying through the sky in parachutes.
All teams, Bravo's on deck, pushing up.
It's a poorly secured fortress.
Alpha to Charlie, you set? Affirmative. All teams green to go in phase 2. Check. Roger. Moving interior. All clear.
Descending stairwell, south side.
This looks, I'm not gonna lie, this shit look kind of cool. Like, that's why I keep buying Call of Duty, because I love the story mode. It's so cinematic,
Moving in the courtyard. Looks like a prisoner transfer.
Not our guy. On me. Hold up here. All teams, Alpha's in position. Copy. Bravo set. Charlie, good to go. Roger. Fire in the hole. Stand by.
3, 2, 1. Execute.
Oh, they about to light it up. They about to light the bitch up.
Light him up.
He shredded that dude's kneecap. Hey, you sliding on him.
Smoke out.
Smart, not smoke.
Hatchway, on me. Move. Pop the hatch.
Let's go. Stay close.
Bravo. Alpha's in the tunnels. What's your status?
Outside the control room, waiting on you.
Copy. At the gate, stand by.
All teams, let's roll thunder. Bravo, full deploy.
Roger. Blackout in 3, 2, 1. Execute.
They went in there surgical.
All teams, Bravo's got the keys. Alpha, you have 1 mic before the lights are back online.
Copy, Bravo. Kick off the riot.
Roger. Opening blocks 1 through 4.
This about to go down. This going down.
Alpha 1 to Bravo 1. Open 55C.
Check.
He got what's that? What's the down on D-pad? That's the Wilson or something? Oh, Wilson. He had the other, was it an ACOG sight on the side? He turned the gun to the side, and that's 5.
Clear. Alpha moving on sub-level. Let's get our guy. Ready, breach? Breacher up.
Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. They gave us just enough to wet the whistle. Pause. November 10th. We out, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a definite cop. We definitely copping that.
You can stay tuned for more Modern Warfare 3 details and gameplay when Call of Duty Next, the premier showcase event for Modern Warfare 3 multiplayer, Call of Duty Mobile, and Warzone takes place. We're announcing it tonight on October 5th.
October 5th.
Jump in for yourself when the multiplayer beta kicks off on October 6th. We have so much more to share with you, but first, here's an update on Nightingale. the new shared world survival crafting game.
That's going to be long because the last time I did Next,
years of waiting,
it was like 5 hours.
To find out
I
the
just
early
was like,
access
this is too
release
much.
date for Steam and Epic Store.
I should just let the shit run. I'll probably just let the shit run.
The Feywilds await, and so too Nightingale. Awaken your first portal and tread on towards that which is boundless, beyond the measurable. Sequestered, struck by woe and lacking supplies, the question becomes, wilt thou be a survivor? Regardless of which portal variety you favor.
This looks
Realm
different.
Cards will be necessary.
This looks different. That one, Garen.
Can fly. Let my words steer your steps.
Nightingale. I feel like they showed this game before. They ain't show no gameplay because that name and that logo looks familiar. Skies of Real Beckon. The JRPG vibes, already know. You get the call. Yeah, I was about to say, is this a Grand Blue
The Astral
game?
Realm is Lilith's home. One way back is to restore the forbidden primal.
I have the fighting game, Grand Blue Versus.
She will utilize the power of the four primals.
I like that
attempt
game.
to cast open the gates once more.
You can tell primal beasts were weapons created by astrals. Their powers are capable of untold destruction.
Primal beast. Is that what you call primeval gods?
I sense something, but I can't put a finger on what.
That doesn't look right from up here. Oh no!
Feels like overkill for a glorified treasure.
Something's blocking me! I can't get through!
Oh, primeval god, I beg your forgiveness.
But fate set in motion can't be stopped.
Deliver us from grief and sacrifice. Fulfill my salvation.
Bahamut!
You summoning Bahamut?
We've been through a lot together. Visited new islands, met new people.
Just like adjacent to Final Fantasy?
But you've always been there to protect me. I just wanted to say thank you.
Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna fuck with that. February 1st. Grand Blue Fantasy.
Hey everyone at Gamescom. Gina Torres here.
Who this, your
I play
fine
Gina
old
Kirkin
ass?
in Immortals of Avium. She is Jack's mentor. She is tough, and she is conflicted about how to win this ever war.
I'm
But that's all
conflicted
I
right
can say.
now,
Let's
but
take a look
I ain't
at
gonna
the
say
game.
no more.
It's out today.
Your fine ass. Yeah, I bought that game. I gotta throw it in the rotation. I gotta throw this in the rotation. I gotta help him finish one of these games.
Jack. We're out of time.
And they scanned her in the game? Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Everyone that can fight already is. And we're still losing.
summon. Your BBC. Power. Okay, yeah, power. Yeah, I knew that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Now, definitely cop this game. I'm trying to wait till I finish one of these games to throw it in the rotation. It'll probably be Final Fantasy 16 before it.
That was Immortals of Avium, which is out today. And next up, we're going to step into the world of the Hoyoverse. And I am here with
let's go.
Zhenyu Lee, the producer of Zenless Zone Zero.
I've been waiting to see more from this game, Zenless Zone Zero. I haven't seen it. We did a reaction video to this a while ago, but I'm waiting to see this.
We've been very excited to hear more about ZZZ, the next game from the Hoyoverse. In the Hoyoverse, can you tell us a little about what you brought to Gamescom for this ARPG?
非常荣幸今天来到 Gamescom 这个舞台，并且给大家带来了我们的作品《绝区零》，是一款都市幻想类的 ARPG 游戏。
I'm incredibly honored to be here tonight, and I've brought one of our newest products with me today, which is Zenless Zone Zero, an urban fantasy ARPG.
距离上次我们给大家分享动态已经有1年时间了，我也知道大家非常着急，想知道我们新的一些研发进展如何，所以这次我们想借助这个舞台给大家分享一下我们新的研发中的内容。
So I know it's been a while since we've given you an update on what we've been working on, and that's why I'm particularly happy to be here today to give you an update on the progress that we've made with this game.
接下来的 PV 会有我们新制作的战斗机制和我们新的都市交互系统，希望大家喜欢。
So we've brought a trailer with us, and it shows you some of the urban environment that we've been working on, and also some of the dynamics of the game. I hope you like it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Here you go. Brand new trailer for Zenless Zone Zero at Gamescom.
Zone Zero. Let's see it. Let's see it. It looked good. The last thing we looked at. Let's see. Okay. We got the beat. Yeah. You got 4 characters to choose from.
This past April, Honkai Star Rail made its global debut, and the game has captivated players with its interstellar grand journey. And today we're excited to share a special look at its beloved characters and provide an update on its PlayStation 5 release.
The Luofu's reconstruction efforts are ready for inspection, General Fu Xuan. Thanks to the Skyfaring Commission, Starscape Haven is back to full capacity. Allowing Jimmy Wen to serve as a military instructor was a wise decision. The troops' morale is sky high.
That bass going crazy.
And the Realmkeeping Commission has completed repairs in Exalting Sanctum. Harmony has returned to the Xianzhou. I don't remember Exalting Sanctum ever having one of these. What manner of evil transported us here? Great work, General! General 1, Demon 0.
My only issue with these Chinese RPGs is just like There's so many of them, and it's like it's so hard to keep up with them. And they're all like long 40, 50, 100-hour experiences. How do you expect anybody to get into it and play it for a long time?
It's an emergency, Master Diviner. Jinyuen's not here, and the Cloud Knights haven't trained in days. Looks like I'll have to help Jinyuen get these slackers in order.
You have nowhere to run.
We got still more Hoyoverse for you. Genshin Impact is nearing its 3-year anniversary, and the game just released its 5th nation, Fontaine. Here's a look at the nation surrounded by water, plus the announcement of a brand new concert series coming, hopefully, to a city near you.
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here.
I ain't really got much to say about these kind of games. These games are like a dime a dozen.
Bombs away!
Stefana!
Here comes the finale.
This October, Lords of the Fallen releases an RPG adventure where he plays a Dark Crusader who can access a parallel dimension, the Umbral. Here is a first look at the brand new story trailer for Lords of the Fallen.
All right, Lords of the Fallen story trailer. Let's get it. See what they got. I definitely want to cop this game. I don't know how I'm gonna finish it, but I figured it out.
I look upon you with pity, my lost child. For you have been deceived. They brand me evil, a tyrant, and yet I offer you something they will not. A choice. After all the time mankind have had to shape their own destiny. See what they have made of it. War, greed, hatred, suffering, chaos.
Stab him right in his chest. Not chest, right in his chest.
Now you will know darkness, brother.
Ooh. Another super difficult 40 hours of torture.
Before me and beg for forgiveness. And remember, you look into the shadows. Might be the shadows look back.
October 13th, Lords of the Fallen. Was it October 13th or October 16th? October 13th. Okay. And that's a list of games I need to buy, or that I want to buy. Love music.
Looks amazing. October is going to be a very busy month for new releases.
Big facts.
Yes, there will be full 4-player co-op gameplay in Sonic Superstars. But that is not all the Sonic news we have for you tonight at Opening Night Live.
Hold on, let me get some
because
more
we
water.
also have a special update for you on Sonic Frontiers.
Hell yeah. Super Saiyan Sonic.
Hello again. It's so amazing being here at Gamescom with all the game devs, publishers, and of course, the fans. Gamescom is the world's largest video game event. Just check out this footage from last year. There are so many opportunities to celebrate games and connect with your fellow friends. And earlier, I mentioned the Gamescom cosplay area, where you can see amazing game-inspired costume, just like these. Now I'm here with Mochi Dragon, Rainbow Raven, Zaza, and Saphira. Mochi Dragon, can you tell me how you choose a character to cosplay?
For me, there are 3 things required in order to decide on a cosplay. The first thing is, do I like the game or the media where it's coming from? The second one is, do I enjoy the character design? And the third one is, does it have a little challenge in the cosplay making progress, like sewing a corset like my princess has here, or imitating bone structure with foam?
And what makes cosplay at Gamescom unique for you?
For me, it's definitely being able to play all of these awesome games in cosplay at the booths of the developers, as well as talking to the producers of the indie games, like having first-hand conversations, and of course, the Cosplay Village.
Thank you so much for sharing your costumes with us, and I wish you a great and wonderful Gamescom. Thank you. Applause. Before I go, I would like to tell you about the Gamescom event arena. Friday through Sunday, there will be live shows from this stage right here in this hall. Check out creators, gaming events, and esports competitions live from Cologne, or tune in online. Join and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and be sure to use the Gamescom hashtag 2023. Thank you so much, and back to you, Jeff.
Awesome. Thank you, Jasmine. It's great to have you here. All right, right now we've got a first look at the first Descendant, a next-generation action looter shooter from Nexon. The crossplay open beta is going to be held September 19th to 25th.
We must follow the will of the ancestors. Accept your calling, Descendant.
The Descendants are risking their lives for us, for Albion.
Rise, my warriors!
Rise! Rise, my warriors! Rise!
It's the Ironheart! This could wipe out all of the Vulgus, right? That's so cool!
Countless descendants have shed blood to protect the sanctity of this great place. Despite their efforts, humanity is still at risk of extinction. And you are the only chance we have.
Oh, this looks fire. What, hold on. Oh, this is that Defiant joint. Defiance.
There's a grave walker.
First Descendant. Join the crossplay beta September 19th to 25th.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. How's Surface World?
Good. Everything's fine.
Great.
How are you?
Tired, but in a good way. Busy. Unitrench is still Unitrench.
I'm worried about you. I heard there was a storm coming.
I told you, I still need time.
Time to what, Stan? Because as far as I can see, you're just treading water.
We're upping the extraction rate. Maximum output.
I don't expect you to understand.
You're not the only one who's suffering. I need you with me here, now.
I will be. I promise.
Under the waves.
You're right there. On the verge
Looks like
of
this game
something
very
special.
deep in narrative.
Of being first into great unknowns.
I can't wait for Avowed, man. Avowed's gonna be dope. Exo Primal is dope. I don't play any of those games. Starfield is definitely gonna be dope.
Joining me now, Troy Baker, Roger Clark, Julia Brown, the stars of Fort Solis, which is out today on PlayStation and PC. Guys, welcome to Gamescom. This is so fun. Tell us a bit about this project. What can you tell us about?
Oh my God, look at these people. You guys are insane. Yeah! We've been able to talk about this game for a while. I think the thing that I'm most excited about is for people to explore these characters. At the core of this experience is unraveling the mystery of Fort Solis, and you're gonna do that by discovering these characters and learning about their stories, and that's, as actors, that's something that we just want to throw ourselves into.
And this is a game, I know Roger made, it's an independent game made by a pretty small team, right?
10 people, 2 years, 0 delays. We are very excited to share with you the world, Fort Solis today. It was a real joy to work on, and it's a joy to see what indie studios are capable of in this day and age. It's a real thrill.
And an amazing cast for an independent game. Juliet, this is, we know you from a lot of great, film, television work. This game thing, how did you get involved in this project?
Yeah, it's my first ever video game project, so I'm so excited. Thank you. And to get to work beside two of the best in the game world nonetheless. So I just had to watch these guys and learn.
And you guys did full-on, performance capture. We see a little tease of your character there, Juliet. What can you tell us about kind of what we're going to see in this launch trailer? Because it's an amazing narrative experience, right? This sort of, an independent game, but done on a big production value.
Yeah, let's go, Roger.
One of the best things about working with Troy, I remember coming in from lunch and we were doing the mocap, and I walked into the foyer and there I see Troy's butthole. The hole is butt made.
Okay, when I say we threw ourselves into this, we literally did, and there's a hole in the wall that was made by my butt.
Yes.
Which he signed.
And Julia, I know it's a little mysterious what your role is in this game, right? But we have to play to find out.
So I play Jessica Appleton, who's an engineer working on Fort Solace alongside Jack Leary. And they're going to have a night that they will never forget.
Ooh,
okay. Twice. A thrilling ride.
I don't hear it.
Well, let's get a little tease of this. As I said, it's out today. Here is the launch trailer for Fort Solace. Thanks so much, guys.
Our pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I think they're working on something outside. I live on the third floor, so I'm close to the
Leary, senior engineer
close to
on
the ground.
Fort Solace in the Planum Quadrant, responding to an alarm. Suspected power failure. Await further information.
Recording submitted.
Is there no sign of security?
No.
I think there may have been an incident here.
What the hell is going on, Jack? You need to leave and let Central handle it.
Fort Solace. I want to see the gameplay loop though. Is it just a cinematic thing like that?
All right, next it's time for the announcement about a new game from Focus Entertainment and Saber, the continuation of the ultimate off-road experience.
Behind all great discoveries lies a journey.
Now you know they ain't hyping that game up. Ain't nobody playing that shit. There's gonna be some
our
obscure
next
streamers
stop,
playing that.
the Crew Motorfest, a vibrant open world, welcomes you to the ultimate festival for car lovers, Motorfest. Here is the brand new trailer.
Why they trying to take over of Forza Motorsport? Or no, Forza Horizon. No, Forza Horizon, not Forza Motorsport. Forza Motorsport is a traditional racing game. This looks good though, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty good. If you didn't show me any logos, I would have thought that was Forza Horizon 6 or whatever. I don't knock them. You can't beat them, join them. Whatever the formula's working, try it out.
Motorfest comes out September 14th, and the brand new Lamborghini Revuelto is on the cover and playable. And we have a special O&L announcement for everyone watching between September 14th and 17th. A free trial will be available of the game.
I'm going to try that out.
5 hours of gameplay on all platforms for the Crew Motorfest.
Bet.
All right, moving on with CD Projekt Red gearing up for the release of the spy thriller expansion to Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty on September 26th. The studio is ready to share a new look
We're getting another look at
the
it.
wide range of overhauled mechanics coming to the game, and as you're about to see,
let's go.
A lot has changed. Let's check this out.
For this. Let's go. Update.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
New ways to play.
My favorite merc.
It's the
Welcome
hands.
to Dogtown. There's a job. Coordinates provided. You know what to do.
Get your ammo, assault rifles, tactical gear.
And thinking of buying some iron.
The logical choice.
Damn. Green view. Home stretch. Getting a ripper to overclock your chrome before the fight.
Yeah, I heard they adding like a new thing to the skill tree too.
Okay, I'm ready. Get this show on the road.
That's fire. Oh my god. Devastation. Oh my god. You got the Sandy. Yeah, Relic. That's the new skill tree. I saw a video. Somebody covered that. Yeah. There's a new part of this new skill tree for Relic. Limiter removal.
Job done.
Premium work, V. I'm closing the gig and sending you a little bonus.
But if you have too much
Something
stuff,
that will spirit
like
you
you
home
rocking too
safely.
much chrome, too much skills, then you're gonna go into cyber psychosis. It's gonna give negative buff, like debuffs.
Fuck incoming! Fire till she drops!
Got a net runner sitch here. Need backup right now.
Tight.
All nearby units. We got a situation in Watson. Roger, dispatch. We're on our way.
NC police.
I hope the police are not glitchy.
Your actions are illegal.
Let me put it this way. No gun, no fun. Max tech.
Max stack, there you go.
No doubt. Fuck. That was close.
Bravo, V. I only hope this won't mark
this
the
is
end
awesome.
of our collaboration.
This is awesome.
You will hear from me soon. This I guarantee you.
It's coming out September 26th. Hell yeah. That was fire.
It's so close, and here to talk a little more about what we've just seen is Yulia Primoc, gameplay designer from CD Projekt Red.
ahead, talk your shit, girl.
Welcome to Gamescom.
Talk your shit, girl.
Hey, I'm excited to be here today.
Well, we're excited to get in depth about what we just saw because there are a lot of upgrades coming. We just saw a lot of upgrades and changes that are coming to Phantom Liberty. Where do we even start?
So basically, we've prepared a major overhaul of the gameplay experience. So for example, with our absolutely redesigned perks system, we prepared many cool playstyles and many cool abilities to try out. For example, deflecting bullets with your katana, or just grabbing your enemy and throwing that enemy around. And on top of that all, we also prepared a new relic tree that will allow for to empower your cyberware even further.
Wow. It seems like players, can even further customize their playstyle.
Relic
to their
name too.
taste.
Somebody
we also
put
saw
the
in
wrong
that video
footage
a
in.
lot about vehicles and how vehicular combat is even being upgraded, right?
Exactly right. So vehicle combat is a massive addition. Players now will be able to shoot their guns while driving. They will be able to use mounted weapons like and rockets. And on top of that, they also will be able to take remotely control over vehicles to, for example, crush them or into like some group of enemies.
Wow.
And, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
One more thing is that car chases are gonna be a new, renewed experience with the revamped police system.
I dig it.
Okay. Well, it seems like you're upgrading, you said, across the board with a bunch of different things. And thank you so much for coming out to tell us about it. Like the trailer showed, I know you have something else to announce, though, that wasn't in the trailer, right?
Exactly right. So I'm really happy to announce that a lot of what we've just seen in the trailer will also be coming to Cyberpunk base game for free for current-gen consoles and PC.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I saw a video about that.
Update.
The update 2.0 is across the board, not just for the DLC.
Well, I cannot wait to check it out next month. Thank you so much, Julia, for joining us here at Gamescom.
That was fire. That was fire. Hell yeah.
All right, tonight we've also got an update on the science fantasy strategy game Stormgate and a first look at one of the factions, the Infernal Hosts.
Stormgate is a spiritual successor to classic real-time strategy games like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft 2. Stormgate will feature highly asymmetric armies fighting for control of Earth's future. Today we have an early look at our second faction, the Infernal Host. Infernals live and die by the code of victory at any cost. They have a powerful advantage, Shroud, fields of dark magic that strengthen their armies. The lowliest Infernal units are the Worker Imps. You might think they're cute, but don't get too close. Between these powerful lumbering brutes and the fiends that they unleash, Infernals will sacrifice everything, including themselves, to emerge victorious. On the music front, the Chainsmokers are advising us on our soundtrack. We're working with composers like Frank Klepacki of Command & Conquer. We'll share more later this year, including some of the friends we brought in to lend their voices to our co-op campaign.
All must serve.
Gamescom always strives to help our environment, and all of you can help make a change with a donation to the Gamescom Forest. Now to present Gamescom Green Studio of the Year, please join me in welcoming Lisa Pack from Playing for the Planet. Lisa?
Every time I come to Gamescom, I am amazed by the scale of this event and impressed with how each year the team continues to make steps to make it more sustainable. This is being done through the Gamescom Goes Green initiative, as well as by partnering with us at Playing for the Planet. Through Playing for the Planet, the United Nations has been working with the games industry to inspire millions of players around the world to learn more about the environment and to take actions that benefit the planet. Whether you are a gamer, a head of a AAA studio, or an indie developer, all of us can and should play a part. What matters most is that you start somewhere and collaborate, because time is of the essence. And if we don't start now, then when? For those of you who play games, many of you are already raising the bar by asking game makers to step up and act on values that are important to you. Keep on asking, whether it's for more green content or greater energy efficiency, because your voice counts. For this year's Green Studio of the Year award, we have been looking for bold, system-changing, innovative, and creative ways to tackle the climate crisis, and all nominees this year have done an amazing job. The way we win on climate change is to stop emissions from happening in the first place, and that is exactly what this year's award winner is actively trying to do. The nominees for the Green Studio of the Year, based on companies that have submitted applications, are Frontier, Ubisoft, and Xbox. And this year's winner is Xbox. And here to accept the award is Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox.
Okay. There you go, Phil.
I'm accepting this award on behalf of an incredibly talented team at Xbox that has worked very hard to put tools in the hands of developers to allow them to see the impact of their code on the energy draw of the consoles. We do this so that we can all play while we continue to make the world a more sustainable place. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Congratulations to Phil and Xbox. Great to have that award in the show. I'm now here with Judd Cobbler, the founder and CEO of 11th Hour Games. Judd, this is a big moment for you guys. ARPGs have had an incredible year, but you're an independent studio that has been building this game for a number of years.
Make memories.
We're excited to tell your story. So tell us a bit about The Last Epoch.
Absolutely. So Jeff, thanks so much for having me. First off, before Last Epoch, I was not in the games industry. I was just a die-hard action RPG player that dreamt of creating a community-made action RPG. And with the help of our community and Kickstarter, we've been able to make that happen. And so in Last Epoch, every single skill in the game has its own transformative skill tree. We have 119 skills in the game so far, and we're adding more every single patch. We also have an awesome deterministic skill system, deep and interesting loot, and multiple in-game systems for endless playability. And Jeff, tonight we're excited to announce our newest class, the Rune Master. The Rune Master has a unique mechanic where he's able to invoke any of 40 different abilities with a single button press, making it super exciting and fun to experiment and find your perfect play style. And the Rune Master is going to be joining us September 7th, and will be available to play here all week.
Ain't no way she got hit
at
that
Gamescom.
fast. God damn.
Amazing. Well, this is such a great story of this game. I encourage you to check it out. And right now, we've got a first look at the Rune Master. Thanks,
so
Judd.
much.
Appreciate it.
5 years ago, Last Epoch was a community dream. What if we, the players, could band together to make the next great ARPG? What would that game look like? Lots of character classes to choose from. Every single skill would have its own build-defining skill tree. Reaching in-game would be just the beginning,
I do stream
and it would be
my
updated
draws.
for years so we
Nah,
could
y'all
play
know that.
forever.
Last Epoch makes crafting and finding items super rewarding.
Again, it's genius. I think this is the most innovation we've seen in a trade system in an ARPG in at least a decade.
A really cool game. Speaking of cool games, please welcome the winner of Best Mobile Game last year at the Game Awards, Ben Brode from Marvel Snap. Hello, Ben.
Oh!
Oh, it's
whoa,
you!
Whoa! I know
Hold
we
on,
won Mobile Game of the Year.
You did, yeah.
But we just finished rebuilding the entire game to run natively on PC. It looks insane. And I'm here to tell you that, like, literally just like 5 minutes ago, we launched the game on Steam.
Okay, it's on Steam, rebuilt.
Download it now.
Yes, that's fantastic. Now, I know anyone actually watching the show on Twitch, if you watch more than 30 minutes of ONL tonight, there's a special Twitch drop, a Spider-Man variant for Marvel Snap. And right now, we've got an exclusive cinematic to show you from Snap. Check it out. Thanks, Ben.
I was gonna start playing Marvel Snap. Like, I have like decks that my friends send me, like that would be good. I just haven't started it yet. I got my Jersey mics here. I'm about to eat. Pardon me. They said this thing would be 2 hours, so it's about to be 2 hours just to start it, so it's about to be over soon. And I gotta work anyway, so I'm gonna try to dog this and finish this shit before I gotta clock in.
Ready to get out there?
4.
Next big thing and I'm on the move. Best watch your step when I'm coming through.
We have a lot to talk about.
Already it's a classic. Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic. Any wave that I'm on, it's a classic. Hey, you heard that? Classic.
Try another one. Oh, hell no. I need my refund for those.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
You ready to climb the wall?
A call response from the generator.
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Watch out.
Let's see how far they can fly on borrowed wings.
Still than a bitch. Like, y'all bugging. I need my bread back for that. Especially they still got the nerve to charge
form like scars.
fucking $3-4 for these one little bullshit bag.
Cut deep enough. And they'll never fade. Or be forgiven. I ran. I begged. I stole. But I survived.
Assassin, bigger than you imagine. Better call in your faction. Ready for the curtain call, like camera action. Ready for the curtain call, like camera action.
It doesn't matter who tries to stop me. I'll cut my own path through. I'll fight until I stand in the land of salvation. War Haven.
That was Warhaven, and the Melee multiplayer PvP game will hit Steam Early Access on September 21st. Next, I am so excited to welcome to Gamescom the creator of Mortal Kombat, who's come all the way to Gamescom to unleash even more news on MK1, which ships in just a month. Please join me in welcoming to ONL, Ed Boon. Hello, Ed.
Hey, Jeff.
Fancy seeing you here. Well, we had a lot of fun with you at Summer Game Fest revealing the first gameplay of MK, and I got to say, every trailer you drop just gets crazier and crazier. So what did you bring to Gamescom?
We brought another, probably our craziest trailer of all. You know, since we introduced the gameplay at Summer Game Fest, we couldn't believe the reaction people having to the game, and they've actually gotten their hands on the game, which has become even more exciting. I can't believe the crazy stuff people have come up with, combining the main characters and the cameo characters. It's been a riot. But this trailer we have here should give you an even better idea of just how insane things get with this game.
There are some reveals in it. I gotta say, this is such a great asset. You guys are gonna enjoy it. Here it is, Mortal Kombat 1, the brand new trailer.
No, Jeff played the game
can
already.
be both alien and intoxicating to Earthrealmers. While our realms are at peace, there are Outworlders who would prefer us to be at war. General Shao.
Victor of the Tavarian War. Conqueror of the Quatan Plains. All of Outworld is grateful for his service.
Violation.
You would consign us to endless war.
Better that than be Liu Kang's lapdog.
Did not your illustrious father teach you that war is the last resort? Do not forget that, General. We gather once again to honor my late husband's legacy, to continue the tournament that he founded with Lord Liu Kang.
Empress Sindel.
Let us meet your champion.
Earthrealm's champion is Raiden, Your Majesty.
Is it me? Or is Earthrealm's champion scrawnier than usual?
He has earned his place by embodying the very best qualities of Earthrealm's people.
I am ready, Your Majesty. Whom shall I face?
There's like a reborn Raiden. Because I heard in the story, like, Liu Kang choose for Raiden.
Your champion, Liu Kang. He will taste no victory.
No! Oh, he ripped his legs off. That's great.
Finish him.
Fatality. Uh-oh. Fatality. Oh, popped his arm. Then dug in his body.
Who's your queen?
Then ripped his head off. Oh my god. That was wicked.
Looks insane.
wow.
All right, time for a tonal shift. Era History Untold is making its first event appearance this week at Gamescom. This turn-based grand strategy game is about building and leading a nation throughout alternative history. Here is a first look at the gameplay.
Let's go back to the beginning. There. The world untouched. No thrones ascended. No history yet written. Just people waiting to be led somewhere extraordinary by you. Will you be wise? Will you inspire? Or will you conquer? However you choose to change the world, one thing is certain. History will never be the same.
Blizzard has had a long history here at Gamescom, and in its latest game, Diablo 4, it arrived in June and will be supported for years to come with seasonal content. Their first season of The Malignant is now underway, but in a bit of a surprise, we're now about to share with you the first news on the next season coming this fall.
It started small. Nameless people that no one would miss. Dead. Discarded. Their throats torn open. The church ignored the killings. Even as fear mounted like the bodies. The desperate and the brave fought to end the corruption. But they were too late. It changed them. Killed them. Brought them back. Hungry. I have fought this plague a long time. We need something different. A survivor with all of their strengths and none of our weaknesses. Someone unexpected. And they'll never see you coming. Track them. Hunt them. Kill them. In the realm of darkness, we are the beacon of light. Let our stakes pierce through the hearts of the damned. For tonight, we hunt.
Gamescom, please welcome actress and producer Gemma Chan, who is voicing the role of vampire hunter Eris in the Season of the Blood, and the general manager of the Diablo franchise at Blizzard, Rod Ferguson. Welcome to Gamescom.
Hi, everyone.
Gemma, this is so exciting to have you here. Welcome to the video game world. I know this is your first video game, right?
It is. Thank you for having me. It is my first video game. I have always appreciated the power of storytelling in all its different forms, and in some ways, video games are very much like interactive cinema now. So I was so excited to play this character, and yeah, thank you for inviting me into the world of Sanctuary.
You did an excellent job. I can't wait for people to hear you.
Yeah, this is exciting. You know, season 2, which will be coming, as you said, in October. What can you tell us about the character that you're playing, Eris?
So Eris is a seasoned vampire hunter She is going to be your badass warrior companion as you fight your way through the perils of Sanctuary. She's complex. She's seen quite a bit of horror in her lifetime, so initially she comes across as a little bit cold and jaded, but in a fight, she will definitely have your back.
Good to know. Rod, tell us a bit about what we can expect from this new Diablo season in October.
Well, Jeff, you know, Diablo is about creating that ultimate power fantasy. And obviously, a lot of people have been doing it. We have over 12 million players and 1.3 billion hours played so far. And I just want to take a second to say thank you. We're so appreciative of their enthusiasm and all the player feedback. It's going to help us make great seasons for years to come. Now, for our free second season, Season of Blood, you get to join Eris as a vampire hunter, but not just any normal vampire hunter. You're going to get cool vampiric powers and become kind of a daywalker, a vampire that hunts vampires and ultimately tracks down and faces off with the big bad vampire lord. Now, that's Season 2, and that's October, so we still have lots of time to jump into Season 1, the Season of Malignant. So, you know, seasons are a great time to start with Diablo because we all begin at the same place. So come join us in Diablo.
Amazing. All right, well, thank you both for making the trek here to Gamescom in Germany, and we can't wait to meet more Eris and hear more in October. Fantastic. Gentlemen, Rod, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and now it's time for another world premiere. This one is a European-made game about hope, love, friendship, and robots.
In a world divided by disinformation, where
it's like a Telltale Games kind of game. I saw the Diablo 4 stuff. I was here. I was eating though. I was eating.
On a fateful road
I gotta get ready to clock in a little bit anyway. I'm gonna let the stream rock though.
Tell me you're done. Oh, we're just getting started, dude.
What is this music?
I believe the kids call it K-pop music.
Just K-pop.
Turn it down.
Leave my music alone. Shut the hell up.
Words have power. They can give you strength. Ready for this?
Stand still.
Oh, wait a minute.
Together,
wait a minute. This look kind of fire. What is this?
But if words hold so much power,
he has no respect for you. She's right.
The question is, what do you have to say?
Dust
I think we
Born.
can all agree that
Coming
my
early
trailer
2024.
voice was better.
That's a really fun indie game. Thank goodness you're here. And now to completely shift the tone again, I'm here with Sam Lake, who's going to take us to a very dark place with Alan Wake 2. Sam, welcome to Gamescom. This game is coming out in October, and we've had so much fun. We announced this a few years ago at the Game Awards and at Summer Game Fest. We met Saga Anderson and heard a little bit of her side of the story, but everyone's been asking me, and I'm certainly expecting you.
We're getting a new trailer.
What about Alan's
Hopefully some
story?
new gameplay.
What can you tell us about what it's like to play as him? Tonight, I think it's finally time to answer that question.
Thank you for having us here, Jeff. Yes, finally, it's time to show our title character, Alan Wake, and his struggle to escape the nightmare dimension of the dark place, where he's been for the last 13 years, ever since the first Alan Wake game.
It's a long time. We've been waiting a long time to play another one. We're going to see some footage here, and I know you're actually using live action as well in it, right? And it's going to be kind of really blended together in a cool way.
Yeah, the dark place is a dream reality, and it keeps drawing from Alan's mind, his thoughts, his fears, his writing. And he comes from New York City. For years, he has written crime fiction set in New York City. So now, The Dark Place takes the shape of a nightmare in New York City. And we have used different mediums in our experience, in our games for storytelling, live action for sure. This time around, we've integrated live action seamlessly into the experience to show the dreamlike nature of The Dark Place.
This game, I cannot wait. We don't have to wait too long. It's coming in October, but let's take a look now at the brand new trailer for Alan Wake 2. Sam, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here we go.
In a horror story, there are only victims and monsters. And the trick is not to end up as either. But trapped by the genre, we're all ripped to pieces along the way.
No!
Wait, let's go.
Alan Wake, one of my all-time favorite writers, and guests on the show.
He's here to talk about his latest book.
Initiation tells the story of a fictional writer named Alan Wake, who is trapped in a nightmare, desperately trying to find the manuscript of a novel he has forgotten he's written.
Did you write these pages, Mr. Wake?
I'm trying to remember it. You're the killer, the cult leader.
No! You've got the wrong man! It's my fault. He got out.
Wake has a double. Where is he now?
We have a double. Hold on.
I don't want to be in the story. Just write me out of the story.
Nah, this is crazy. You told me you had a double. They went on some patrol stuff. You got the deluxe edition. Nah, that's gonna be fire. I can't wait for that.
Absolutely amazing, and that's going to do it for Opening Night Live. We have so many amazing games coming this fall. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight, watching online. Jasmine, thank you for co-hosting. And I got to say, we got a lot of great games coming up in the next few months, so I hope you enjoy the rest of Gamescom and get ready for what's going to be quite a debate about Game of the Year. And speaking of the Game of the Year, I'm happy to announce tonight that the Game Awards will be returning live this December, and we've got a date for you. Thursday, December 7th, the show will be streaming live everywhere. It is our 10th show, which I can't believe. We've been doing it for 10 years. We'll be live at the Peacock Theater in LA on Thursday, December 7th, and I hope to see you then. It's going to be a very, very special show. Thanks again for watching Gamescom Opening Night Live. We'll see you again next year. Good night, everybody.
But just a PSA that the party is just getting started, baby. Now, right now, joining me to discuss Opening Night Live are my colleagues Kat Bailey, Jada Griffin, and our esteemed guest, Paris Lilly. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Amazing.
Yes, okay, now let's just get right into the biggest reveal, starting with the new gameplay trailer for Black Myth Wukong. Like, first revealed back in 2020 by Chinese developer Game Science. What are our thoughts on this? Kat, let me start with you.
I think that it is one of the most impressive looking games of the show. I mean, obviously we have everybody and their mother trying to ape the success of Elden Ring and Dark Souls, but this looks like one of the most impressive action games on display. And of course, Journey to the West is a iconic story, basically on the level of a Lord of the Rings type story. So seeing that in this sort of context is really cool. And let's be honest, we've had plenty of claymores and buster swords and stuff. Let's have a cool staff with a monkey. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to this. When we first saw this, way back when in 2020. I know it just blew everyone away. Paris, what were your thoughts when you first saw this and now seeing this new trailer?
I mean, the first time I saw it, it blew me away.
Yeah.
And to see it here again at Gamescom, yeah, I mean, this is going to be right up my alley. I mean, to kind of echo what Kat is saying, everyone's going to try and copy the king, right? With Elden Ring. And I think this is doing it in a very unique way that really has piqued my interest.
Yeah, it's one thing to kind of set that standard, but I think, and you can expound upon it, and I think they're doing a great job. Jada, what are your thoughts?
You know me, I'm a big Souls fan. You
yeah.
know, I love me some Sekiro, I love me some Elden Ring, I love me some Dark Souls. This looks to have a lot of those great elements. It's very fast, it's fluid, it's being developed on Unreal Engine 5, so it's gonna look gorgeous, as we can already obviously see with this. I really hope we get to, you know, dive into some of the Monkey King kind of powers and like real trickery and stuff like that. I really wanna see those type of elements. The combat looks fantastic. I want to see what's beneath the surface, though, and that's the big thing for me. I need to see what's beyond the surface.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we're definitely sold on this. We just need to kind of just peel back the orange peels, or the layers of the orange peel. There's only one layer on an orange. Anyways, we did see a lot. So let's jump on to the next one, which is Crimson Desert. We also saw Crimson Desert, brand new open world action adventure announced back in 2020 at the Game Awards. It looks even more gorgeous than it did back then. Like, I feel like the longer we were looking at that trailer, the more I realized just how massive and ambitious this game is. Paris, what was your takeaway from what we saw?
You know, I jokingly put in my notes as we were watching that, I was calling this Tears of the Kingdom 3 with the way that it ended with him diving down. But no, it looked fantastic. It looked really good. I love the open world aspect of it. I think there's going to be a lot to do in that game. And, you know, for this type of genre, that's exactly what you want. So, looks good.
Yeah, Jada, what was your takeaway from that? We saw a lot.
There was a lot of stuff in there. We got to pet dogs.
Yeah.
We got to carry cats. There was a lot of explosives going on. So, I mean, that's three things that I need in every game, and I'll enjoy it. Like, that's a 10 out of 10 thing for Jada. It's like, if I can pet the dogs, carry the cats, blow things up, yes, please.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure in Crimson Desert, I also saw, wasn't there someone with a flute? And there was like, was it ducks or mice? Following.
I don't remember what was following, but yeah, there was definitely some
little creatures that were following
just,
the character.
Playing a piper.
Yeah. Kat, what do you think of this?
I think it looks fantastic. I mean, obviously, medieval action games in which you're exploring the world, a dime a dozen, but it seems like there are so many different mechanics happening here. You're toppling structures, you've got bow and arrow fighting, fishing, hijacking carriages, petting dogs. We've been talking about the comparisons to Breath of the Wild, but GTA on horseback? Yeah. I mean, that's what I think. And look at those vistas. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's really, really impressive. Pearl Abyss is first in class in graphics. They tend to be kind of underrated in some ways. I think Dokei V, another game that they've been working on, is another similarly gorgeous looking game. Black Desert Online has traditionally been looking terrific. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. The only thing is that not the biggest fan of like their online actual gameplay.
Yeah.
So let's see how this translates into Crimson Desert.
Yeah. So this. It's funny that y'all were thinking almost immediately Breath of the Wild. I don't know, when I saw the character jump off that cliff, Fortnite popped into my head. Is that? A
little bit.
Can I say that? Can I say that? Is that? Or are people gonna like roast me in the chat? Probably. They're gonna roast me. Now, Crimson Desert is not yet a known quantity, but let's talk about something that is a known quantity, and that's Cyberpunk 2077. We definitely should touch upon it, because I know, Paris, you have very strong feelings on this game. Let's talk about Phantom Liberty, the expansion. Paris?
So what we just got to see really excites me, because look, we already knew about Idris Elba was going to be it. Keanu Reeves is coming back. They're adding Dogtown, the new area. All that's great, but they're completely overhauling Cyberpunk 2077. And the thing that came out of this reveal is, you know, new skill tree is going to come out. We're getting vehicle combat, all these things that are happening in the game. But most importantly, with that 1.7 update, it's all coming to the base game. So you don't have to buy Phantom Liberty to take advantage of a lot of these new features and skills that are going to be in Cyberpunk 2077. Not to mention, if you do get the expansion, you do get Idris Elba, you do get Dogtown. You're getting all this new extra content that's coming to the game, and I feel like this is kind of that true vision that CD Projekt Red wanted when they first revealed this back in 2018. I think we're finally getting to that point with Phantom Liberty and all these updates that they're doing, you know, on a system level. So it's great.
Yeah, I mean, we got like relic skill tree, new vehicles, vehicle combat, revamped police, and like you said, so some of the features will also be added to the base game in a free 2.0 update, which I think is phenomenal. Again, very known quantity. Let's move on to our next one. There was so much revealed. This was so packed, and I want to make sure we have enough time to get to each and every one of it. We also got a new story trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. You know, my man Ryzen was looking kind of young and fresh. That game is coming September 19th. Kat, I'm going to start with you. I know you love gore.
It's my favorite thing.
Yes, I know you love gore.
Those
You want more
fatalities,
gore. Yeah.
amazing.
What did you think of the story trailer that we saw?
The thing that I find interesting about Mortal Kombat is that you can sort of say the single-player storytelling is back in fighting games after more or less being gone for a long time, and Street Fighter and Tekken have their own takes, but Mortal Kombat's the king. They're the OG of amazing lore and storytelling. They're fully animated cutscenes. It's absolutely gorgeous, and we got to see that at length during this trailer, and it really serves to set Mortal Kombat apart, I think, in this one. We got to see a lot of new characters. We got to see Empress Sindel, who she looks like a queen, my queen right here, beating the crap out of everybody. The thing that I'm not the biggest Mortal Kombat fan, I'm more of a Street Fighter, sorry, but I think that the thing that stands out to me about Mortal Kombat 1, I've said this before, is that I love how colorful it looks in this one. I'm actually a fan of the cameo system. It's a fun way to kind of mix up the dynamics. As we know, like Liu Kang basically rebooted the galaxy, and I have to say I love Liu Kang's design aesthetic. Keep it up, Liu Kang.
Yeah. Now I got to say I love the cameo effect as well. I love that or that mechanic. But you know I loved it when Marvel vs. Capcom 2 did it. You know.
Yeah,
first.
but, I mean Marvel vs. Capcom. It's always been more of like assist and tag-ins. This is kind of like. It's the same thing but different. Mortal Kombat is doing their own spin on it. I love the fact that this new cameo system is allowing us to bring Motaro back in there. Love me some Centaur people. It's great to you just don't see enough Centaurs. You're gonna love Mortal Kombat 1. But no, we saw Shao Kahn, as you saw, we saw Sindel. Like. Everything about this trailer is just really getting me more hyped as we get closer and closer to its release date. Yeah. They've been showing off so many trailers, and I just wonder how much more left are we going to get to see before it comes out? Yeah, a lot stuck out for me too, but I got to ask you, Paris, outside of the blood and gore, what stood out to you the most in this new trailer?
What stood out to me the most is I'm going to get destroyed when I play this game when it comes out in September. That's what stood out to me the most. No, it's looking good. I mean, like you said, we've had multiple trailers of it now. We've seen different looks of it. You just culminate it all together. This is going to be such a phenomenal, just new vision update to what the Mortal Kombat series has been. It's almost like you're taking, I don't know, I'm bad on math, the 25 plus years of Mortal Kombat, and this is the culmination of that. All of it looks fantastic to me.
Yeah, now let's move along. Again, like I said, there was a lot revealed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was revealed. The release date is November 10th. We got 6 modernized multiplayer maps, open world zombies. That stood out to me the most. When I heard that, I was like, an open world zombie mechanic? I mean, like, I love The Walking Dead, so if I get to, shoot some zombies in an open world, I'm excited. Kat, what do you think about this?
Well, it's not that dissimilar from earlier modes, but I mean, it does stand out in the sense that it is the first time that zombies has been part of this particular setting. Obviously, very, very popular mode that goes back a long, long way in the history of the series. The funny thing about Modern Warfare 3 is that so much of this leaked ahead of time, and there's a lot of question marks around it. A lot of people are saying, is this just fancy DLC? It's being billed as a direct continuation of Modern Warfare 2. There was a lot of talk about how it was originally just going to be an expansion that got blown up into a full game. In some ways, it's a return to form for the game because it rolls back a lot of the big changes that people did not like from Modern Warfare 2. And it plays a lot on the nostalgia. In earlier trailers, we saw, for example, references to, say, no Russia and everything. At this point, Call of Duty is its own big nostalgia property. I'm curious to see how they do the more open-ended single-player mission design, because as we know, Call of Duty campaigns are Call of Duty campaigns.
Yeah.
We got a taste of that in this trailer. It looks like Call of Duty, what can I say? But I'm actually more optimistic about Modern Warfare 3 than a lot of the fans who have been kind of in the tank with it for a long time and are like, kind of, I don't know, more Call of Duty. So
so that's it. That's it.
Very similar to Cat. This trailer made me more optimistic about the campaign, and to take it a step further with the openness of the campaign. We didn't get to see a lot.
That was a dope day one. We got that wasn't even day one. That was opening night. So we got day one
to where
and Xbox is doing the coverage, because even on the IGN channel, like if you look on the IGN channel, the stream is over.
Picking the vehicles that we're using.
Get off of here. Even if you look on the IGN channel, it's gonna say Xbox at Gamescom, so they got like a little exclusive deal going on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to follow, because it seems like Xbox is getting more straight to the point with their stuff. So we're just gonna follow this. Day one is tomorrow at 10. Day 2 is Wednesday at Day 2 is Thursday at 10. Day 3, and then day 3 is Friday at 10. So I'm not even gonna be sleeping. I'm not even gonna sleep because I get off of work at 8. And then was there supposed to be a day 4 or just a day 3? Let's go back to IGN. Let's see real quick. IGN. Was this supposed to be a day 4? They talking about day 4, so day 3, and then there's gonna be a day 4 on the 26th, which is Saturday. So that's gonna be at 9 a.m. like literally an hour after I get off work. So yeah, we're gonna Stalker 2, Tekken 8, and more. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna follow Xbox, let them do their 3 days of coverage, and then come back to IGN for the day 4, and then that's pretty much it. We're gonna be off Sunday, and then Monday we get right back to our regularly scheduled programming with the games that we have. So until PAX comes, and then TGS. So yeah, so thank you for everybody for coming out for the stream. Thank you for checking out the stream. This stream did really good. 68 views. Average view duration of 14 minutes. That's even better than yesterday, Wukong. So then that Wukong replay went off. So yeah, so thank y'all for showing up. I'll see y'all tomorrow with day 2 of Gamescom. I already have the page made up already. It's already set up. So I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m. So you already know the vibes. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. It's your boy JusticeXFalls, and we out.